Hello, could everyone take a seat and we'll get moving? Thank you. If everyone could take a seat so that they can stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Let's join Commissioner Doring in leading us in the pledge. Silence honoring the officers who have died in the line of duty since the last meeting. The list is too long. Sergeant Shao Dang, LA Police Department, June 23, 2025. Parole Agent Joshua Bird, California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, July 17th, 2025. Detective Joshua Kelly Eklund, LA County Sheriff Department, July 2025. Detective Victor Lemus, LA County Sheriff's Department, July 2025. And Detective William Osborne, LA County Sheriff's Department, July 2025. Thank you. Please take your seats. Ms. Essex, would you call the roll?
And Commissioners, Alan Barcelona.
Here.
Ingrid Braun.
Here.
Brazil.
Here.
Cooper.
Here.
Doring.
Here.
Yule.
Present.
Gordon.
Here.
Johnson.
Here. Here.
Moon.
Here.
Nieto.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Terrio. Wollery.
Present.
13 commissioners present.
Would like to introduce on my left, Post Chief Counsel William Toby Darden, and on my right, Post Executive Director Manny Alvarez, and to Manny's right, the Post Advisory Committee Chair, Visalia Police Chief Jason Salazar. This is the time set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the commission agenda or not on the agenda, but under commission jurisdiction. Public comment on specific peace officer revocation cases to be heard today will be heard at the time of the specific hearing for each case. Pursuant to commission policy, the commission chair will manage the public comment period in deference to the commission's workload and meeting time constraints. Up to 15 minutes will be allotted at the beginning of each commission meeting for public comments. Members of the public who do wish to speak are asked to please limit their remarks to no more than 3 minutes each. If we have many people who wish to speak on the same subject, we may limit those remarks to 1 minute. Also pursuant to commission policy, I may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive or similar statements and the 15-minute public meeting comment period has expired. And please be advised the commission cannot act on non-agendized items. Finally, please remember the meeting is being recorded, so speak slowly so your comments may be recorded. Is there anyone present who would like to address the committee this morning? Seeing none, we'll note that Commissioner Terrio has joined us. Commissioner? And at this time, Executive Director Manny Alvarez would like to address the commission.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you all for being here once again. I'm going to keep my comments very, very brief today because we have a very packed agenda. First of all, I'd like to just thank Anthony Cordova. He's not here. He's one of our advisory members from the Community College Chancellor's Office. He's the one that got the ball rolling for this meeting to be held here at Golden West. So we do appreciate that, as well as the coordination with Chris Cano, the Academy Director, and John Wolf, the Academy Coordinator. They both were phenomenal in trying to get this set up. In fact, Brandy, this morning on the way in, it said, I don't know how we're ever going to take a meeting somewhere else and have it as easy and as good as it's been here. So I just want to thank Golden West for their assistance. Today, we have a couple of things on the consent item, on the consent agenda that are of interest to you all. One are a number of guidelines that we hope to publish. They're all in draft form pursuant to your direction at the June meeting. So if there are modifications, obviously we appreciate the feedback. We'll take them back, make those modifications, and however you want us to release them, if you want us to wait till December, or if you want us to release them as is, just please let us know. And then the other thing is that there are 2 items that you're going to rehear where we've received public comment. So we had to bring them back because the Office of Administrative Law believed that they were substantive potential changes, or so you're going to hear those again today. And that is really all I have. I'm just trying to keep it as short as possible so that you guys could do your meeting. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. Our first item is approval of transcript and action summaries from June 4th, our last meeting. Is there objection to unanimous consent to approve the transcript and action summary from the June 4th meeting? Seeing no objection. Our second is the list of consent items, and we will receive presentations on consent items 2E through 2P and not item O. If any commissioners would like a report on any of those items, please let us know. So the first item is a report from RIPA, the Racial and Identity Profiling Advisory Board. Per practice, since 2023, the RIPA Board will make its annual presentation to the Commission. RIPA Board Co-Chair Andrea Guerrero. Oh, it's Angela. Crossed up. I had the wrong one crossed off. Angela Sierra will report to the Commission. Welcome. Come forward. Thank you for taking the time to be here. Just come forward right there.
Good morning. I think you can hear me. Again, I'm Angela Sierra. I'm an attorney with the California Department of Justice in our Civil Rights Enforcement section. And I'm Attorney General Rob Bonta's designee on the Racial and Identity Profiling Advisory Board. And this year, I'm also serving as a co-chair of the RIPA board, and I'm here this morning in that capacity. Now, one of the reasons that we're very happy to be here, and thank you for this opportunity, is that the RIPA board very much wants to continue building our very positive relationship with this commission. We've been working really well this year with executive staff of Post, and really trying to do whatever we can to continue building our relationships, because we very much truly believe that the partnership between your commission and our advisory board, the more positive it is and the better communications we have, will just greatly benefit our state and will greatly help us reach the goals under the RIPA statute. I realize you have a very full agenda today, and I will keep my remarks to the 10 minutes requested. But again, I'd be happy to answer any questions or to hear any feedback about the work that we've been doing that you would like me to convey to the board. I'm going to start with just a very high-level overview of the RIPA statute, particularly as it pertains to our working relationship with this commission, just for some context, followed by some just high-level general observations of the annual reports that the RIPA board has issued to date. And then I am going to conclude with an update of the board's current work this year related to post-related matters. And ultimately, our hope is that we will be able and be invited, as we have been in the past, to make presentations to you all, particularly after we issue our annual reports, but hopefully before any actions are taken with respect to recommendations we may make or suggestions that we have, so that we can be here to provide some additional information, answer questions, and get your input before decisions are made on those matters. So going to just very quickly, the RIPA statute for context. As you all know, is that the RIPA statute was enacted in 2015. It required the Attorney General to establish our advisory board. And the statute lays out our purpose, which is to eliminate racial and identity profiling, as well as improving diversity and racial and identity sensitivity in law enforcement. Our advisory board is comprised of 19 members. It brings together a wide variety of perspective, including representatives from law enforcement, representatives from human and civil rights organization, academics, as well as clergy who specialize in addressing and reducing racial and identity bias, among others. The statute lays out very clearly the duties of our board. Two of them that I think are very pertinent for our work together is that every year the board must analyze the stop data that the law enforcement agencies across California are reporting every year to the California Department of Justice. And in that data review, we are assisted by our research center at the California Department of Justice and other researchers and academics. We also are required under the statute to analyze law enforcement training relating to bias and racial and identity profiling that's certified by POST. We do that every year, and that is kind of the primary reason that we are working and want to continue working closely with this commission. Now, some highlights from prior reports that we believe underscore the urgency of our RIPA board's work. Now, when we're looking at the stop data every year, looking especially at aggregate numbers across California, we are continuing to see disparities with respect to who is stopped, as well as actions taken during those stops. And those disparities can be often, as you can see from our reports where we detail this, very stark and have unfortunately been generally consistent year after year. Generally, just across all years of RIPA data collection, the data has been showing that individuals perceived as Black or Hispanic, Latino, or as having a disability or as transgender are consistently treated in disparate ways, both again for who is stopped and during the stop. Now, we go beyond as a board just looking at the raw data, and we have been doing a lot of work, and we've outlined this in many of our reports as to how, what does this data mean and what conclusions can be drawn from it. And we have been using and employing a very holistic approach to analyze these disparities. And we have been employing a range of well-accepted methodologies and different tests. And our reports do outline the tests that we have been using and some of the strengths and weaknesses of each test. But looking at these numbers and the different analyses that we've been employed, again, in the aggregate numbers, we have as a board come to the conclusion that the disparities do signify that racial and identity profiling do remain a significant problem in California, which, I mean, as we all know, among all the problems with that does greatly undermine public trust in our law enforcement or undermines public safety for everyone. So we want to do it as a board and as an advisory board, whatever we can do to help tackle this problem and see what we can do to effectively change those numbers and change those disparities and improve the situation. We're aware as a board that there's no one solution to effectively address what is really a complex issue, and that a multifaceted approach on the part of law enforcement, policymakers, and all of us is likely what is required. And though not the entire answer to this, training and seeing what we can do, if possible, to enhance any training for law enforcement officers and our agencies is one of the keys. So again, this is context into why our working relationship between our board and your commission is so important. Now I'd like just to move on quickly to an update on our current work as an advisory board on post-related matters. Now, again, I had noted that part of our responsibility is to analyze training that's related to bias or racial and identity profiling that's certified by Post. And we've been doing that through the years. Post, you all have been providing us with the training modules and courses that relate to our topic. And the one area that we have not yet explored and we are beginning to explore this year is the Post field training program. And we know how important that program is, and that is, as we have seen from information provided by Post, as well as other members of law enforcement, that field training can be one of the most effective ways to evaluate and measure a recruit on the topic of bias during field training. And so our advisory board has determined that given the importance of this, as well as the breadth of materials and time that is devoted to field training in law enforcement in California, we are going to devote 2 years to take a look and review this, work with you all, and we may be coming up at the end of the 2-year period with potential recommendations or suggestions if we think that there may be ways to enhance that field training for our officers. This year, we already have begun working with Post, and we have brought on 2 consultants to work with our advisory board. We have one that has an expertise in law enforcement academic research, including the study of bias. And we have another consultant that's a former California law enforcement executive who has 37 years of operational experience. They're going to be working with our advisory board. I know they've already been talking to members of Post, talking to members of law enforcement agencies, both small, medium, and large agencies, and they'll be helping the advisory board kind of navigate through this and work and understand the training program and whatever analysis that we think would be helpful. This first year, you'll be seeing our report coming out in early 2026. This year, we're going to likely focus mainly on review of the materials we have been provided with respect to the program, as well as information we're learning about the role of the field training officers. And we also will be looking at some general research related to the topic of field training. It will be the following year that we will be looking at it more closely at the substantive content of the field training program. And it is likely in the second year that we'll be doing more of an evaluation. And again, I will, as a co-chair and as representative of our board, just really invite how much engagement that we can have from Post on these issues throughout. And then finally, you will be seeing our report next year. What we do likely, well, it's not finalized yet, so I'm saying is our kind of a drafts that we have been publishing during our subcommittee meetings. Likely we go through our last year's recommendations, and we'll be focusing, for example, on recommendations we made to this commission, outlining which were accepted and which were not, and some of the reasons, as well as we'll be reporting on areas in which we have served as subject matter experts to Post when we've been invited with respect to workshops on issues related to bias or racial and identity profiling. So we always will report out on that issue. And then lastly, another topic that we have spent a lot of time exploring this year, we had made recommendations in the past about it, is are there ways that we can, as a state, measure effectiveness of our training? We have made some recommendations that haven't been adopted by Post, and we do understand there are some real barriers because officers after training are you do not employ those officers. They are employed by their individual law enforcement agencies, but we still want to continue exploring. Maybe there are creative ways and helpful ways that we can help guide agencies to help measure effectiveness of the training. So that will help all of us understand to what extent maybe we do need to change or modify that training. So with that, that concludes my remarks. But as I noted earlier, we very much really appreciate the opportunity to continue to present to you, especially as we are starting to we have made recommendations, or you all are going to be considering those suggestions and recommendations, or with respect to any matters in which we are engaging you in a really substantive way. So again, thank you for having me here today. And if there were any questions, I'd be happy to answer those, or if there's any observations or input that you would like me to take to our advisory board, I'd be very happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sierra. Are there any comments or questions?
Commissioner
Nieto.
Nieto, I do have a question on the two consultants that you hired. Can you
Yes.
publicly say who those folks are?
Yes, it is former Chief Daniel Hahn. And I have the names written down, just looking at my notes. And former Stanford professor Hetty, that is focused on law enforcement issues.
I'm sorry, what was the name of the professor?
Hetty is her last name.
Hetty.
Let's see, I don't have her first name with me, but we do have it. I can provide that information to Executive Director Alvarez.
Thank you.
Let's
Just
see.
Commissioner Johnson.
Oh,
Yeah,
excuse me. I'm sorry. It's Rebecca Hetty, is former, she's a researcher and former professor at Stanford University. And yes, it was Daniel Hahn, former Chief Hahn.
Commissioner Johnson.
thank you for your presentation. Has the RIPA Commission ever received testimony or a presentation from a rank and file officer at one of their meetings?
You know, I would have to go back. I am not sure. We have had presentations from law enforcement agencies and representatives. And that is something that we're encouraging more and more, to be able to have kind of firsthand accounts brought to our subcommittees and our board. And I would have to go back. I can't recall offhand if we've had, you know, like a field training officer or a rank and file officer present versus management.
Yeah, so that would be my suggestion for collaboration with the men and women who input the data. We have executive law enforcement there, and I'm not sure if they've ever inputted the data themselves on a regular basis. It can be very cumbersome depending on the traffic stop and all the data that you have to enter in. I'm sure you've been made aware of that, but I think you should hear more of from the men and women who have to input the data and how the decisions that are being made impact just the amount of time it takes to input the data. It's a significant, if the police officer is very active during the day, that is a significant amount of time, hours and hours. If they're a very active police officer, they work in a city that's very active of data. So it is a cumbersome process that I hear. I've entered it myself. I know it's very cumbersome for my agency. I know it's very agency specific too, about the data that's driven. I work for the Highway Patrol. We make millions of stops, as you know, and in our data system, it's very cumbersome to input all the data. So I would just encourage maybe to reach out to, doesn't have to be me. I'm not volunteering myself per se. Do it if I have to, but maybe I'm in union leadership, but maybe someone who's not even in union leadership, somebody who has to actively do this, or even a field training officer has to train a new officer regarding all the data that has to be put in. Thank you for just consideration of that.
No, definitely. Thank you. And, you know, it may be that early on when the regulations were being developed or when first employed, that we may have had that, but if we did, it's been a while, it's been a long time. So I would definitely take that to the board. So thank you.
Thanks for that.
Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, I was going to volunteer Commissioner Johnson, but you did a good job of getting yourself out of that one. That was good.
You two guys, how about the two guys behind us?
Real quick, and you may have done this, I apologize if you have. So I'm assuming you have agencies that you see as doing a better job than others. Better is kind of a subjective term, but has the RIPA board been able to look at a culture of an agency, particularly when it comes to how they measure rewards? Meaning, we have a lot of agencies in the state that value outputs over outcomes, meaning number of arrests, number of citations, number of guns seized. Because as much as we train, culture will eat policy and training for lunch every day. So we can train all day long, but if we aren't changing a culture And so the idea being looking for a correlation potentially between agencies that are really driving statistics when it comes to enforcement versus agencies, and Daniel's a good reference for you. Agencies are looking for more of an outcome versus an output, and seeing if there's a correlation there. Because we can train all day long, but we're not going to change culture just by training.
Yes, yeah, thank you. And that is something we talk a lot about that is another, key component of this is culture within an agency. And, the puzzle of trying to understand what that is and how it's impacting it. So, I think that will be kind of work that we're going to continue to explore, and that's very helpful. And it may be, selecting particular agencies to just do some test case reviews or a survey, which we have done in the past on different issues. But I appreciate that insight and comment. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Commissioner Terrio.
Commissioner Terrio, has there been any thought to having the RIPA board partake in ride-alongs or things of that nature so they can understand just how difficult the stop data is to actually perform so that you actually see from the front end till when the data gets to you guys?
Yes, there have been opportunities for board members to do ride-alongs. I don't have the information as to which board members have or have not done that. But yes, and I think we've also received that invitation, an opportunity just in addition, not to only it hasn't been so much about the data input, given that that's really driven by the statute and the regulations, that the advisory board doesn't really have much, we don't have much discretion with respect to that. But with respect to police practices, that the board has been at times looking at the extent that looking at some researchers, for example, who have talked about the more discretion an officer may have with respect to police action. We're tending to see, or researchers are seeing some of those disparities grow. So with respect to that issue, that's been one that maybe a ride along also has been suggested. So that's something I'm sure that we're going to continue to look at and consider.
I appreciate that. Would you think there would be a welcoming, or would it be a pushback if that was made to be a requirement, if there were so many times a year or something like that, that a board member was required to actually participate in?
It's hard to say if there would be. I think that board members are interested and are open and want to learn more. So I think just as a voluntary matter is something that, from my perspective, I have seen with respect to the reaction to it, that board members are interested.
I appreciate that. And I would echo Commissioner Johnson's sentiments. I mean, the viewpoint from rank and file is that the RIPA board is not interested in the well-being or the, betterment of law enforcement officers doing their job. It's, quite frankly, reviewed as something that is cumbersome, and just gets in the way of a lot of hours of public safety. And so somehow, if there's a better way to kind of bridge that gap, I think that would be recommended. Maybe it's different number of people on the board, the types of folks who are placed on there, but the perception is not good from the rank and file. And I would be remiss not to just bring that to your attention.
No.
So any type of way to find ways to kind of, mend that in between, I think would be very helpful, whether it would be a ride-along requirement or, additional rank and file folks, having some type of voice in there to kind of give some type of balance, maybe. I don't know, just some thoughts from our perspective. Thank you.
No, and thank you. I appreciate the comments, because to the extent that is a problem, I think it is important and incumbent upon us to address that. Thank you.
Commissioner Nieto. Yeah, this is a comment, not a question. I just wanted to thank you for your presentation. I have sat through these RIPA presentations before, and quite honestly, they seemed a bit adversarial. And I hope that moving forward, that it's more collaborative and that you do listen to the concerns of the commission, and that we can work to better police together.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Since this is my only chance for the ride-along brigade, here's what happens. People come from the outside and ride along, then the employer picks the employee that they want to present. Okay? I would encourage you to demand from the employer that they put you with a very busy individual. That will give you the perception you need. Not somebody who makes 5 contacts in a day, somebody who makes 30, 40, 50 contacts in a day. That will give the RIPA board a perception of how many hours is really tied up when you have a complicated scenario with 5 or 6 people in a car, multiple searches, and what that looks like on trying to figure that out. It becomes a nightmare to try to figure out what you're doing with people when you have multiple people on probation or parole or going to jail. Some people get searched, some people don't inside of a car. And you'll see what happens when you're spending 30 minutes on a traffic stop that's a simple arrest, that we believe is a simple arrest, which is a lawful traffic stop, a probation or parole search. You find a piece of evidence in there. To a law enforcement officer experience one, that's a very simple activity. The RIPA is more complex than that arrest with multiple individuals. So I would encourage you to go to cities that have very, very active officers that and demand that you're sent with those individuals. It will give you the perspective you need of what we're trying to convey to you about the amount of time it takes to fill out the data. And we recognize a lot of it is statute driven,
Yeah.
but I think that's the collaboration, because if we can get together as a commission with the RIPA board, then we can influence maybe an amendment to the current legislation to make both parties happy and to make it more efficient, because it is a lack of efficiency and more time or law enforcement officers that tied up with the RIPA data. That's less that they're out there responding to the calls they need to, proactivity and the things that really reduce crime. That's from the rank and file perspective.
Thank you.
I have one more
And
question.
Commissioner Terrio.
Sorry, since you're here, the veil of darkness test, the RIPA board stopped using that, and that was kind of an academically accepted tool that actually showed, I think, the lack of bias on officers. And just, I think about myself, 99 times out of 100, most people usually don't guess my ethnicity off top, and that's fine. It doesn't doesn't bother me, and I usually appreciate the conversation. But the veil of darkness test and removing that just seemed to be something that was problematic. I don't know why that was taken away. And if you don't know, it's fine. It's just something, some feedback I had to take back to the advisory board.
Okay, and as I do recall, it was one of the early reports where we did incorporate that test. And I do recall that in the following year or two, we outlined the problems with from our perspective that we saw with that. I'd have to go back. I wouldn't want to misquote that, but something to look at again. And we have been in the last reports doing a number of different methodologies. For example, the discover rate analysis, I know is something that we have been looking at quite closely. But happy to relook at that and to see if there's some other discussion that maybe we should address with respect to that.
Commissioner Gordon.
Real quickly to kind of add to what Commissioner Nieto said, I appreciate the want for collaboration. I think this could be much more productive if it was more collaborative in that respect, and a sharing of not just from the data aspect of each year RIPA coming out and making a broad statement. We're all here for improvement.
Right.
And so I think versus just asking for more data or more data points, really understanding how those data points are put in the fields, what those means, that real life experience to the point of the ride along, and what the actual field officer sees and how that perception is entered in actual communities versus in a more sterile conference room academic study setting, and where you're just taking numbers and drawing some conclusions in a very, very broad stroke. I think looking at that in a more granular and less academic and actually field related may actually produce the results where there could be more collaboration on what exactly the kind of training versus we just need more training, and actually making a difference or addressing it within departments that have, more disparities than others. So I would just encourage a real willingness to continue to collaborate, but differently than we have done up to this point.
Thank you. This is all very, very helpful. Thank you very much.
I have a quick question, Ms. Sierra. You know, RIPA has long talked about, measuring outcome criteria for training. Have you guys, and maybe I've missed it, is there something you can point me to it? Is there some specific methodology you're suggesting for determining outcome success? Or is it just kind of a theory at this point? You mentioned looking into it in more detail. I just wondered where you are on that and whether you've proposed any specific criteria or ways of actually accomplishing that.
Yes, this year, and I believe in last year, we did have some suggestions mainly based on some academic research that's been done in this area, some of the ways that it to help measure, but it is something that also is somewhat abstract in trying to come up with like what would be the best practice. We have ideas where officers or law enforcement agencies could help measure effectiveness. For example, reviewing officers. There's videos of particular stops, maybe before and after training, and to see like maybe just some changes and approaches. That could be one way, but we do outline, and we're trying to be as specific as possible as to ways at least researchers have thought that could be helpful to measure effectiveness, because we realize that it is a difficult proposition, but without it, it just makes it much more of guesswork and much more of an intuitive process, like does it seem to be working or not? And a lot of money is spent on training, and I think we're all, behooves all of us to see if we can find some measurements that would help guide us to how we are employing these resources.
Thank you very much. I would just encourage the more specificity, the better. I mean, I think it's the bane of most organizations is to determine outcome criteria and how to successfully measure it. Everyone talks about it. Legislatures talk about, we're gonna do oversight. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do that. But in terms of specifics, they're
Yes.
usually short. So I would encourage you in the future reports to really give us a comprehensive look at that.
Great, thank you. I know in this current draft, we are providing some more specifics, and I think that's something then to continue to really work on. Yeah, thank you.
Executive Director.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank SDAG, Sierra, for the continued collaboration. We've really taken a hard effort this year, I think both at Post and with the RIPA board members. It's definitely gotten much better, and we really appreciate it. So thank you for that.
Oh, yeah, thank you. We've been working very closely with your executive director as well as Macon Polis, and they've come to our subcommittee meetings, come to our board meetings. We've been working as the co-chairs because the idea is if we're developing recommendations, we'd love to get the input sooner than later. And at the end of the day, we might not agree, but we want to make sure we're like hearing all the perspectives and really understanding. And there may be blind spots or maybe information that we're making assumptions, and that is very helpful to better understand. So I very much appreciate the work we've done this year. Thank you.
There are no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Sierra, for taking the time to be here. And since you are here, we'll switch the next issue over just very quickly since Ms. Sierra is here, and for an update on racial and identity profiling course guidelines. And law enforcement consultant Mark Nagel will report. I think we only have one chair and one mic, but while you're here, we do now? Okay, good. In case you have any comments or questions on Mr. Nagel's report.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Long, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present the racial identity profiling course guidelines. These guidelines come directly from Penal Code 13519.4H, first established under SB 1102 and expanded by AB 953. AB 953 required stop data collection, created the RIPA Advisory Board, and directed Post to set training guidelines. Importantly, the statute requires us to develop and disseminate guidelines and training. What you see today is an instructor guideline, a framework of minimum standards that ensures consistency statewide while allowing agencies the flexibility to adapt training to their own communities. This has been a decade-long process. First, the state had to build a stop data system and allowed the RIPA board to analyze it. Then in 2022-23, the Museum of Tolerance worked with subject matter experts to update the Train the Trainer curriculum. In 2024, Post reconvened the DOJ, RIPA board, and community stakeholders to finalize these guidelines, integrating years of stop data analysis and recommendations, including updates to learning domains 3 and 42. This guideline reflects a broad coalition: law enforcement professionals, DOJ, the RIPA board, and community voices such as the NAACP, AAPI Equity Alliance, Justice for Murdered Children, the Love Not Blood campaign, CARE, and among others. That mix ensures the guideline is truly community informed. The guideline meets the mandates of SB 1102 and AB 953, is grounded in 10 years of data and stakeholder input, establishes minimum statewide standards while preserving local flexibility, and reflects both law enforcement expertise and community perspectives. With that, the guideline is submitted for your consent. Thank you.
Any questions for Mark Nagel? Then we think. Presentation, sir.
Thank you.
Any comments from Ms. Sierra, since we have you present, and then we'll let you leave.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, two of our board members worked very closely with Post on these guidelines, and so we appreciate that, that opportunity and the input we provided. I believe we just saw a draft. I saw a draft of this yesterday, and I don't know if those board members have had the opportunity to see a draft in the past or not. I'll just note that one issue, and I know we've talked a lot to Post about as these were developing, that as a board, we thought it was very important that these guidelines apply broadly to all training programs that relate to racial identity profiling or a bias, not just to one particular training matter. And it's my understanding that these guidelines the scope of them apply to all such training courses. So I know that is just an issue that we have worked really closely with Post about. And then just looking through these yesterday, my understanding is that they are to be broadly applied. So I appreciate that. I think this could very much help law enforcement agencies in kind of developing their training program, post academy programs that they have at their agencies.
Thank you, Ms. Sierra. I thank you again for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you.
Our next item is an update on canine guidelines. Law enforcement consultant Mike Dallasay will report, along with Captain Brad Meyer, the Butte County Sheriff's Office. As you will recall, at the last meeting, Commissioners Gordon and Brazil asked for additional information, and Commissioner Terrio requested that we hear from subject matter experts who worked on the guidelines, and Captain Meyer was one of those individuals. Thank you, Captain Meyer, for taking the time to be here with us today. Mr. Dallasay.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, good morning. I'd like to also take a moment to say thank you to Captain Brad Meyer of the Butte County Sheriff's Office. A little background about him is that he was a tenured canine handler and is now the coordinator at his agency for the canine program. During our June commission meeting, there were some questions, and one of the requests, I think, was from Commissioner Theriot would be making one of the experts available for any questions, and as well as Commissioner Brazil brought up a couple of questions that we have Captain Meyer here to provide clarification. So with that, these guidelines are still in draft form. They were submitted for your review, and I've now opened it up to any questions. We have not updated these guidelines since our last commission meeting. Questions?
Any questions regarding the guidelines? And Captain Meyer, I guess you're just here to respond to Mr. Terrio, or do you have something you'd like to say first?
I'll answer questions if we have it.
All right. Commissioner Brazil.
So I have a whole list of thoughts, comments, suggestions, given that there's more attention coming to this. So I'll kind of go not page by page, but I'll kind of reference the pages in it. So we start with canine team evaluators. And I've got these notes here too, so I can sit down with you later, but we just mentioned they have to be, I agree 100%, they need to not be affiliated with the agency or financially affiliated, but we don't give any other guidelines beyond that. Western States Police Canine Association, I'll call them Western States from here on out, has a list of what you need, just basic generalities on what it takes to be a judge at a canine trial. So I would suggest maybe we just look at that language, just say to be an evaluator, here's what needs to be, considering agencies are going to be potentially required to follow these guidelines. It might be helpful to say this is actually what an evaluator is, but I like the piece with the no financial parts of it. Page 3, right above the picture, patrol guidelines. The section says, in general, the canine should not be used for crowd control, ... I would suggest we change that. And I'm using the language from the Ferguson report review that was done. I would say something like, except in narrowly defined circumstances, canines shall not be used for crowd control. And the narrowly defined circumstances are in that Ferguson report. I can kind of share that with you, but that's the national standard now for how to use dogs. Instead of saying in general, let's be really specific about, and when you read the narrowly defined guidelines, you'll agree that those are appropriate and the rest of them are not. I should have backed up for a second. So I was a canine handler, taught the basic and advanced handlers courses before. So I've got that's where I'm coming from, is a little bit more of this. So in the process, when we go to canine competencies on page 4, in both this obedience section and later in the obedience sections, we do obedience testing while on lead. I guess the question is, why are we doing obedience testing on lead when all the other tests, I don't agree with that. Canine trials don't have them on lead. You're not allowed to carry your leash or any other stimulus. And then all the other testing we do is off lead when it's searching everything else. I'm just curious. I guess the question is, why are we testing them in obedience on lead versus off lead for certification?
Refer to Captain Meyer.
Yeah, there's lots of agencies that do both. And so we want to make sure we cover that minimum standard so there's agencies that have dogs that are on leash and off leash. So we want to make sure we hit both of those standards. By just limiting only on leash or off leash, that makes it so that the agency is not allowed to test for on leash obedience. So it's just it's a better standard to have both for agencies that do both, we believed.
But I guess the question I have is, later on, we talk about in the searching that particularly when you're doing tactical, they've got to be off lead and stay with the handler. So we're testing them later to be off lead and at heel. I would just suggest that we just keep that same standard. It's also the standard for Western states. So I would say keep that standard up. And if they can't control the dog off lead and they need a leash, then maybe that dog shouldn't be in service. So I would just, again, we're setting the standard for the rest of the state. I would just suggest in both the obedience sections that they must do obedience off lead, because everything else is off lead. That's again, these are just my suggestions in that process. So it was also in the obedience section. And then in the apprehension on page 4, for standby. Yeah, I would suggest, so it's 3 apprehension, because again, and here we say off leash. So if you look at the description, off leash, so I would just do everything off lead, even the obedience. But when you go down to section E, I would suggest that we take out the supplemental equipment, don't reference supplemental equipment. And then maybe change the language, something that the handler will identify techniques available to aid with the release and control of the canine, and leave it at that versus putting in. I don't like when we put in stuff, because then it kind of restricts us, even though we say or other things. I think it creates some liability. I think they just need to demonstrate, how would you do it? How would you basically release a dog and get control of the dog? And it could be that they have those tools. Maybe they have something else, but I would just take out that may include but not limited to section. Obedience off lead. On page 6 under verbal outs, For those in the audience not familiar, an out is the command to call a dog off to stop them from doing something. So the term is out. If you use English, if you use Belgian and German, it's using that language. At the end of the verbal out, it basically, this scenario shall be demonstrated off leash and without the use of an e-collar correction. I would take out e-collar correction and just put in any corrective device. I'm old school before we had e-collars, so a lot of agencies use, for example, a throw chain, and the stimulus of the sound of the chain would stop the dog because they knew something was coming. I wouldn't restrict it that. I would just say, or the use of any corrective device, whatever that agency might happen to use. And again, so we're not limiting ourselves to that. And then the same with at the end of the tactical release, I would just pull out that supplemental methods and just make it a general. They just take that out, that they've got to be able to demonstrate they've got a tactical release and how to do that versus just putting in what they might be able to use because it might be something different.
The supplemental methods, take that out.
Yeah,
You
I would just
recommend?
recommend just take that supplemental methods out. And just cut it because it's pretty clear what they're supposed to do. And again, we're testing it. Again, I'm trying not to pigeonhole an agency into saying you
That's
have
the
to have
idea.
these things. It's just, you just got to show you got to be able to do this and how would you do it? And then I would also on the call off on page 7, pull out e-collar and just put, a correction, add a correction device, just something else in there besides e-collar. So it gives them the multitude of options that they have. And then one just general thought is, do we need to add, and I just throw this out, I mean, a lot for the commission, do we need to add a section, given that this is going to be a guideline? Because this is pretty much on certification of the team, the handler and the dog. Do we want to create a section that's agency specific? Agencies should ensure they have policies for, these type of things. Agencies should ensure they're tracking and recording. Just general suggestions for an agency on policy. We tend to do it in other guidelines. It's kind of agency specific stuff. And I think you know what I'm talking. Basically, it's what policies should you have when you have a canine? We're saying what you should do to certify the dog, but what policies should the agency have?
I would agree.
Yeah. And I'm a big fan, just for myself, is we talk about 20 hours of training and tracking what they do in training, documenting it, but I'm a big fan of documenting every search they do. Even if they don't find someone, just to show that they're out doing stuff.
Yeah.
So you also show out of X number of searches we did, we found people in X amount of percent of times. And of those, the dog actually apprehended a smaller percentage to tell a truer picture versus we're being sued for the apprehension, but we forget to log what we do and all the other stuff that we do because we only track the apprehensions. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
And, again, we can't mandate it, but strongly encourage them to document every time you go do a search, document it. So you've got
Absolutely, I
that
would.
record of all the things that you do. So,
Yeah, absolutely. I would 100% agree with that.
yeah. So that was sorry to filibuster on my notes, but I have a passion for this and was asked to do a lot of things in the past as a lieutenant with legislature and everything else by my former chief. So it's one of those, I saw some opportunities to maybe tune this up just a little bit in the process. So thank you for your time.
I thank you for your input, Commissioner.
Are there any comments, either Mr. Dallas or Captain Meyer to Commissioner Brazil's?
No, there's good recommendations that I think would easily be added in there.
Commissioner Doring. I just wanted to add, thank you for all the hard work in putting this over. I sent this to my agency's executives that oversee our K9 program. We have a pretty robust program. They had no thoughts or changes to it. My only ask if this is going to be brought back to the commission for approval, that any of the changes suggested we can see in like a red line format. So it gives us the opportunity to bring it back to our respective agencies to ensure that we have no objections to those changes so we can see them specifically.
That's an excellent suggestion. I think what we'd recommend is that we just bring this back in December with the rewrites noted and clearly available. Unless anyone has a concern. Commissioner Gordon.
There's an inconsistency between page 1 and 2. So it says post recommends annual recertification for the K9 team. And then when you go to the first paragraph of page 2, it says in order to meet post law enforcement K9 guidelines, K9 team shall be assessed by an evaluator prior to general law enforcement deployment and at least one annually. And the language there is shall. but the language on page 1 under general training guidelines is a recommend. It should be a shall in both places. And I also feel that since the whole point is to set some standardization, the number 6 about the extended absence, that should also be a shall. I mean, we could debate all day what extended absence should be, but that should be a shall versus a recommend. But specifically 5 should match what the first paragraph of the next page says. And I would agree with making sure that the standards for evaluators are clearly laid out in the document, because I think this is very broad. And, you know, as a chief of police, I'm also looking for, if I'm adopting a standard that comes from posts, that I actually have a standard. So I think this is still too broad, and would appreciate more of a standard set out for evaluators.
Yeah, I think that was left out someplace. We talked about it. We talked about upping the hours. The last guidelines were 250 hours, and then a canine handler for 5 years. That was talked about bumping those hours up to 1,000 hours. And I think it was just mistakenly left out, is what my colleagues and I came up with. So I think that's something we could easily.
Whether it's 250 or 1,000, I leave it to your expertise, but I do think it should be included in this document.
Commissioner Terrio.
Commissioner Terrio, has there any been thought process given to adding to the guidelines? I guess I would put them in patrol, but maybe wherever, about ultimately the deployment of the canine is the responsibility of the handler and not, you know, someone who is not certified. You see that in some type of policies on occasion, that ultimately the canine handler decides what not the, like, you know, as a sergeant, I wouldn't be like, no, you're sending like the handler should have the ultimate authority.
That's a good point. Yeah, most of the time that is addressed in the policies. I don't think that's a bad idea to put that in there. I think that's a very good thing. You know, like you said, the handler is the only one that knows the dog, knows the capabilities of the dog. We can't have a supervisor ordering a handler to deploy the dog who doesn't understand what the capabilities of that is. So I think that's an easy fix in there.
Okay.
General consensus to Mr. Terrio's recommendation there. I just, as we're kind of drafting for a December rewrite here, just want to make sure we have an opportunity. Is there any concern with any of our colleagues' comments? If not, are there additional? Mr.
I have
Terrio.
one question for Commissioner Brazil. When you're talking about keeping track of apprehensions, that would be the standard too, like on give ups as well, that kind of thing? Okay, so it would all be all encompassing, that would be tracked or recommended to be tracked?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, I think that bodes well for a lot of liability reasons. Okay.
Sounds as if we have a great deal of consensus on these comments. Captain Meyer as well. All right. You have sufficient notes, I imagine, Mr. Dallas.
I do. Yep. And thank you all for your input. This helps to provide some insights into direction to December's commission meeting.
All right, we'll revisit this in December with a new draft, and it will be, and we'll show strikeout and additions. Yeah. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for coming, Captain.
Thank you.
Our next issue is H, reproductive rights crimes and a guidelines update. Law enforcement consultant Mark Nagel will report on the item. Welcome back, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you. Chair and commissioners, presented to you today is the updated anti-reproductive right crimes guideline, which we are submitting for consent. This guideline was originally published in 2009 and has now been revised and was revised in May of 2023 to reflect major legal and training changes. Since the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs v. Jackson overturned Roe v. Wade, California has taken clear steps to protect reproductive freedom. Proposition 1 enshrined that right in our state constitution, and the legislature expanded protections under the California FACE Act, Penal Code 423.2, as well as added restrictions under Penal Code 13778.2 on out-of-state warrants. During this update, Post also produced a new learning video. The prior video referenced outdated federal law, so it was necessary to create a resource that reflects California's current legal framework. This new video uses real-world scenarios and subject matter experts to help officers distinguish between protected First Amendment activity and unlawful FACE Act violations. To reinforce this training, 2 new officer resources were added to the 2023 published guideline: the DOJ Quick Reference Card and the FACE Act Field Guide. These provide officers with immediate access to penal code sections and practical checklists in the field. Agencies also now have clear direction on reporting requirements under Penal Code 13777, ensuring the DOJ receives consistent statewide data, even when no incidents occur. This update included input from law enforcement professionals, deputy attorneys general, healthcare providers, and advocacy organizations. Their collaboration ensures the guideline is accurate, practical, and responsive to real-world concerns. This update closes identified training gaps, provides officers with updated legal tools, and ensures California law enforcement is consistent in protecting both reproductive health care access and constitutional rights. Thank you.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Nagel? If not, thank you for your presentation. And we'll move on to another report on human trafficking guidelines update. Law enforcement consultant Raymond Nanadiego will report.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chair Long. Plans to update the human trafficking guidelines began in December 2023, and AB 2020 was introduced in January 2024, chaptered in September 2024. We had 2 workshops that were held in November 2024 and then again in February 2025 with a diverse group of subject matter experts to review and update the guidelines. The following 17 subject matter experts had experience in investigating and assisting survivors of sex trafficking and/or labor trafficking. Alia Azariah, Director of Aftercare and Survivor Leader from the Safe House Project. Sawan Vaden, Director of the Community Against Sexual Harm. Ashley Faison, Survivor Leader and Founder of Diamond Collective.
Mr. Nanadiego, that's in the agenda, I believe. So why don't we, you don't need to read all 17 names.
Great, thank you, sir. The updated guidelines were split into 2 major sections: sex trafficking and labor trafficking. And the following subsections for sex trafficking were laws, victimology, addressing the demand, evidence, and resources. And the labor trafficking section included the following subsections on victimology, scope of the problem, industries where labor trafficking occurs, labor trafficking tactics, and victim resources. Pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Codes 23022B, a waiver of survivor advocacy was developed and added to the updated guidelines as well.
Any questions, Mr. Nanadiego? If not, well, thank you for the report. And as we move forward, let me ask Kathy, how are you? How are you doing? Do another one? You may regret saying that. There'll be some recording on this next one. I believe our next is a report on the Office of Public Affairs video project. This requires some brief background. I think Mr. Executive Director is going to respond to this one. In 2021, the Commission recommended the use of videos on the history of policing. The 2 such videos were produced. In 23-24, 2 more history of police videos were produced. In 24-25, the focus of the video effort shifted to what staff has termed humanities of policing rather than the history of policing. And the 2 latest videos focus on domestic violence and rural policing, one of them starring our own Detective Moon. What? Sheriff, excuse me. Notes here. The history of policing videos with the Commission, to me anyway, indicates that the video series would remain focused on the history of policing. So my question is simple. It's whether POST is moving away from a focus on the history of policing or whether it's going to return to it, or kind of what the outlying plan is. And I believe Commissioner Ewell, who was really the instigator of much of this work in terms of history of policing, has some concerns and some comments. Commissioner Ewell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Instigator. So thank you.
I meant initiator.
This truly has been a rather arduous process. And it's certainly not because of the lack of commitment of the executive director or his staff. And so I want to state that up front. But it has been difficult, and I do feel like we're moving away from the intent. And I don't want to be a broken record here and repeat myself, but the original intent was, in fact, to help new recruits, police officers and deputy sheriffs coming into the profession to understand that history, to understand how it evolved to where we are today, and more importantly, the things that he or she can do to help, bridge some of the communities that still today, decades and decades later, have suspicion about why police officers or sheriffs are within their communities. And so this gives the individuals the opportunity to better appreciate where those communities are coming from and gives them the opportunity to help bridge that gap. When we first initiated this, I shared a story. I sat in a classroom with a number of assistant chief officers and officers of different levels. And as a discussion ensued, they had no knowledge of things like Japanese internment camps and the impact that it had on that community, and how some people still today are still carrying those scars. And if you don't understand that history, if you don't understand indentured servants, as the Chinese were indentured and had to build railroads across the state, if you don't understand that background, it makes it almost impossible for you to figure out how you can help become a positive force as opposed to having people look at you with suspicion. So the goal was to develop a standardized curriculum, and it is now has been initiated, but to have a standardized curriculum that everyone is learning the same elements and an understanding of how it's evolved. And I guess when I read the report, I was a bit concerned because humanity of policing tends to take it away from that endeavor, and it broadens it and diffuses it. And my fear is that it can go back to where certain academies are teaching certain elements and ignoring others, as opposed to just having a standardized course. So while I do respect and appreciate the videos that have been put forth, and I think that they've been very powerful ones, I still think that we need to migrate back to more of the history of policing so that people have a standardized understanding of the past and the role that they can play in fulfilling the future. And again, I'll just conclude here by saying that I shared this with the executive director. I really have a personal concern about how, as a country, we're moving away from factual history and just kind of pushing it to the side and pretending that it doesn't exist. And I think that will be at the peril of communities throughout this state, because we want to try and turn our head away from the past. But if you don't understand that past, you have absolutely no idea of how to build the future. So with that said, I'd like to see us focus more in that arena.
Commissioner Nieto, I read the initial report and saw that they changed it. I'd like to hear from the folks that worked on the project what their reasoning is behind the change. I understand what Commissioner Yule's saying, so I've heard his perspective. I'd like to hear the other perspective.
You're going to hear it.
Okay.
Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just very quickly and then just had some prepared statement that I wanted to read. So when we watched the first video after it was completed, the dispatch supervisor video, the title of that video was History of Policing. We didn't think it was the proper title for that video. The intent was to make a history of policing video. There were some challenges that we had that I won't go into here as to material we wanted to bring out during that video that we were unable to bring out, which would have made it much more appropriate for that title. So we ended up changing the title to Humanity of Policing after we watched myself and the assistant executive directors and the people that produced it, the two post employees. So that's what transpired. It was intended to be a history of policing video, but we didn't think that the title fit. The rural volunteer policing video, which is the second video, perhaps is less connected to the history of policing, but that's what transpired. And if I may, Mr. Chair, if I may go forward. Now, we're, some of this you've already said, but I'm going to read it just so I don't mess it up. So we're excited to advise you of the release of two new videos we intend to release in the coming days. One highlighting public safety dispatchers and the other focusing on rural policing and volunteerism. In 2021, the Commission discussed the importance of providing instruction to recruits and cadets on the history of policing in the United States. In addition to making curriculum updates, other delivery methods such as videos were suggested to assist with training. Following the meeting, the Basic Academy Student Workbook for Learning Domain 3, Principled Policing in the Community, was modified to include an additional 5 pages of content on the history of policing. Additionally, a new mandate was incorporated into the Academy training and testing specifications, specifically including a required group research activity and brief back presentation for each individual attending basic training on the history of policing. Post also developed 4 videos on the topic of history of policing to help further the objectives of informing in-service law enforcement professionals and academy trainees on the importance of recognizing the history of policing, both good and bad, and how it has shaped perceptions of law enforcement, at times helped marginalize communities, and at times even shaped law enforcement agencies. The first video depicted Felicia Allen and Flossie Crump, 2 retired Sacramento PD officers who were in an academy class with just a small handful of other women, representing the first female peace officers in Sacramento. Flossie and Felicia, who are both Black, discussed their upbringing and challenges with law enforcement at an early age, including their struggles and how they were at times mistreated by others. Felicia and Flossie, however, spoke to the great many officers who rose to help and support them, and how extremely proud they both feel about their department. The second video depicts Lieutenant Martha Hernandez with the San Diego Sheriff's Office. She speaks to how she was brought illegally into the U.S. at an early age. As a young child, Lieutenant Hernandez witnessed her father being arrested for being undocumented, discussed the frequent contacts with law enforcement at her family home, and how her father's deportation impacted her life. Lieutenant Hernandez and her entire family, including her father, are now proud U.S. citizens. The third video features LAPD Deputy Chief Blake Chow, reflecting on his career with LAPD, the 1992 Los Angeles riots following the Rodney King incident, and LAPD's progress in rebuilding community trust. The video also highlights the importance and success of community engagement by LAPD in an area known as Ramona Gardens, a residential area long known for violence and criminal activity. The fourth video highlights SFPD Sergeant Michaela Connell, the department's first openly transgender officer, who shares her inspiring journey into policing and pride she has in her career. The video depicts Sergeant Michaela, a military veteran and accomplished attorney who transitioned and decided she wanted to become a police officer. We started producing these videos in 2023. We ensure the videos are made publicly available on the Post YouTube channel, as well as other social media outlets. Each video depicts the evolution of policing, how history and past law enforcement culture would have prohibited certain individuals, like the ones I just mentioned, from serving in law enforcement. The videos intend to show that we are all one big community in life, not just in law enforcement life, and that each person, whether a community member or a peace officer, deserve to be treated fairly, with dignity, respect, and compassion. The videos intend to message our evolution, that we are all the same, and despite our at times troubled history, we must continue to progress as a profession. The videos cause intentional emotions and reactions with some, but always end with an enormous, hopeful, and proud feel. The response we have received to the videos has been overwhelmingly positive. The videos are among our highest online performing posts, each with thousands of views. As I started to mention, the subject of this consent item is to speak to the 2 new videos for this next round of videos. For this next round of videos, posts set out to highlight 2 very different but equally vital aspects of public safety: the critical role of a public safety dispatcher and the unique challenges and responsibilities faced by rural law enforcement agencies. After reviewing a cut of the first video, I'm sorry, I'm going to be a little duplicative here. After reviewing the first cut of the video, post staff recognized that these 2 videos had taken on a more personal and human-centered focus, highlighting the many faces of law enforcement. The videos shine a light on the compassion, dedication, and resilience found throughout the profession. To reflect this, staff retitled each of the videos "The Humanity of Policing." It is important to note that the concept is still the same, but the title is more fitting to the content that has emerged to these stories. For the dispatch video, post staff developed and distributed a statewide survey to public safety dispatchers. Following pre-interviews with several candidates, Don Barnett, a public safety dispatch supervisor with the California Highway Patrol in Susanville, was selected to participate. Don is a survivor of traumatic domestic violence incident, an experience that ultimately inspired her to become a dispatcher. Her powerful story highlights the resilience and compassion that dispatchers bring to their role, especially when supporting individuals in crisis. By sharing her journey, the video aims to shed light on the critical role dispatchers play and the meaningful life experiences that inspire their passion for serving their communities. For the second video, which is a rural county agency video, the video depicts the difference between rural and urban policing, showcasing the many hats rural deputies must wear to meet the needs of their community. Featuring the Nevada County Sheriff's Office and our very own Commissioner Moon, this video highlights several deputies, search and rescue volunteers, as well as Sheriff Moon, who all share what it means to serve in a rural community. With limited resources and vast remote terrain, Nevada County Sheriff deputies are trained to adapt to a wide range of duties, sometimes performing multiple roles within a single shift. This includes working closely with dedicated search and rescue volunteers who selflessly give their time and skills in service of their community. The close relationship between the community and law enforcement is a defining characteristic built on mutual trust and a shared commitment to public safety. As stated earlier, we intend to release the 2 videos in the coming days. Additionally, while the 2 videos may have organically adopted a new title, post staff also plan to continue with highlighting the historical aspects of policing. Through an existing contract, Post will produce up to 2 videos that showcase significant historical events in policing. Although we have some very significant production and existing scheduling deadlines with our vendor, we hope new video production will begin in late March of 2026. But that is our hope, and we simply cannot promise that start date at this time. I just want to, thank Born Ready Films. They produced the last 2 videos plus these two videos that are going to be released. It is a vendor out of Los Angeles, Born Ready Films. I also want to thank Dispatch Supervisor Dawn Barnett and her colleagues at the CHP for helping us with the production of the first video. And then lastly, I just want to thank Sheriff Moon, her staff, and the many search and rescue volunteers who are depicted on the video and who serve Nevada County, and my guests also provide volunteer services outside of Nevada County. So thank you. And then really lastly, I want to thank Katie Strickland and Megan Polis, who are in the back of the room, that work tirelessly on producing these videos, hearing our edits and such. So thank you, Megan and Katie, for what you guys do. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to present to you where we have been and where we intend to go. So the answer to your question was, is this the end? We intend to create 2 additional videos using an existing vendor, hopefully in early 2026. That is our intent.
So to my question, and I guess it's with all due respect to the new videos and not taking anything away from their wondrous performances and so forth, was whether we are sliding away from history of policing. That was my only question. It has nothing to do with the quality and the need for the additional, or for the 2 newest videos, but whether or not there's a accidental or intentional drift away from what I think we thought was going to be more history of policing, as you indicate, was the initial goal of those 2. So you referenced that you're going to head to a couple more videos, maybe next March or something. Would those be specifically history of policing, or do we see what offers itself?
The intent is to have historical video footage of historical events in the video to set the stage for potential discussion amongst in-service officers or academy instructors. The question is to whether we're going to stop. At some point, obviously we're going to have to stop making videos at some point, or we'll continue to make videos, whatever they may be. But in terms of the academy and what's required in the academy, so in 2019, we incorporated 8 hours of procedural justice into the academy. Every academy student as of 2019 has had to go through that procedural justice course. One of the blocks of instruction is history in the community. That history in the community block, we encourage community members to teach that block. That is in and has been in the academy now for 5 years. Additionally, as I mentioned during my comments, I believe it was 2023, the commission approved additional requirements for academy students, and that is the research and brief back project. So that became effective in January 1 of 2024. So since January 1 of 2024, every academy recruit is required to do a research project on the history of policing as a group and brief it back to their class. And that's statewide.
Any other questions, Commissioner Ewell?
Yeah, I join you in saying that the quality of the videos were superb. And I've stated that to staff. But again, when using your term, are we sliding away from? I mean, the goal was to have a standardized approach so that anyone coming into this profession had the same level of information. And I know I don't have to remind the executive director, I remind the commission that prior to that, any academy that was put up, they had the luxury of deciding what part of history they were going to insert. So one academy might choose X, the other Y, and as a result, you had new recruits coming through as professionals who had no idea about the history of policing in this country. And so there was a desire to have a standardized approach that everyone would benefit from. I still believe that the tapes are very valuable. I said, and forgive me, Mr. Executive Director, for talking about our conversation. I don't think that it was anything personal or private, but I still think that those videos are very well done. But I had suggested to him, maybe there should be some preamble introducing each of these videos to help people see how it ties to the history of policing so that it's under that umbrella, but not to have this feeling that we're going in different directions again and it's morphing into one thing versus another. Or we'll end up where we were prior to 21, where each academy throughout the state is picking and choosing what they're going to teach people. I was taken aback, and going back to what I said earlier, where this was an assistant chief, I'll leave the department nameless, who has had a great deal of responsibility and training and overseeing, supervising tons and tons of young officers. And he had no idea of what had occurred with the Japanese internment ship. And if it wasn't for the fact that there was a Japanese officer there who explained what had happened and the impact that it had to his community, this officer of 20 plus years would never have known that. And it just seems odd to me that we're inviting people to come into one of the most important professions in this country, who have some of the, they have more power and authority to take lives, but not to understand the history and why certain people may treat them differently when they come into their community. As opposed to looking for ways to bridge that gap, they could be offended by it. I know I would be if I'm treated in a disparate way, and it can just create more chaos. So the goal was to have that commonality and to start building bridges and not necessarily just have people pick and choose whatever they're going to be taught and then apply it out in the field. And so I continue to have those concerns, and I continue to say that it's still rather prevalent today. I mean, some of the case studies that we've been looking at, you see the same issues popping up. And so there has to be a need to teach people about that history, and maybe they're thinking that it's a joke and, you know, to use certain words or to treat people in certain ways. But if we have any chance of helping these young professionals help to change perspectives, it has to start with a baseline of training that everybody understands coming in, and not having each agency pick and choose what they're going to teach. And the videos were superb. And I still think having a preamble to tie it to history of policing becomes critical to those young men and women coming into the profession.
Questions or comments from any of the commissioners or anyone else? Guess so. Where we're left is that Executive Director said there'll be a couple more videos being worked on at sometime mid next year. And the intent is to focus
on the history of policing with historical footage as opposed to depicting individual law enforcement professionals, and how that history has impacted, you know, perceptions in the community or how we've evolved. So we will try to bring up specifics, both good and bad, but not highlighting individuals, which I think we have highlighted certain law enforcement professionals intentionally to give an inside perspective from law enforcement, but we'll do it from an outside perspective, which, as many of you are aware, was part of the intent initially. For those commissioners that were around back in 2023, we carved out $304,000 for one of our vendors to create those videos. They failed. I take responsibility for that. That vendor didn't do it. They didn't perform on that. They didn't give us the videos, nor did they invoice us. But, you know, as Commissioner Ewell knows, myself and Commissioner Ewell met with the vendor. Myself and former Chief Daniel Hahn went to try to get those videos done. We couldn't do them. So now we're going to start again, but with a different vendor, and we're going to try in March. We have the capacity internally to do it in March, but the vendor, which we have a 2-year contract with, schedules these things out almost a year in advance. And that's why the vendor said they could do it in March, but we're concerned that we're pushing them almost a little bit too much. But that is our intent, to make them, and the videos will be historical video vignettes, not highlighting any individuals from the law enforcement community, but historical perspectives. I am in 100% agreement with the comments by Commissioner Ewell in terms of history. We all have a history. It lives in us. We can't forget that. I know that's what I tell my son all the time, and it's important to reflect on that. So I don't think we're, the intent is to go away from that. It's just how these videos came out. But I think it's also extremely important to show from an inside perspective how we have evolved as a profession. Some of those individuals that are in those videos would never be allowed to work in law enforcement 30 or 40 years ago, whether you're female, you're Black, you're LGBTQ, you name it. They were restricted. And I think we can't forget that, and shows the challenges that many of them have had to get to where they are. It wasn't always the way it is today, and hopefully tomorrow will be different than it is today. That's the goal.
Commissioner Yule.
I agree wholeheartedly, and that's why I think that they can be add-on pieces to demonstrate how a lot of this history we're starting to revisit again because of the biases or trying to keep certain people out. I thought every one of those videos were absolutely fantastic. I don't think anyone could question the quality, but I think there has to be on top of that standardized understanding of the history, then they can be added in to emphasize, here are some of the challenges that people are experiencing today. But when I saw, forgive me, when I saw, humanity of policing, it just felt like we were moving in an entirely different direction. And that concerned me.
Commissioner Yule, I'm sorry, may I?
Yeah.
You are correct in that there is a lot of discretion left at the academy. That was intentional. We could change that. That is easy to do. The learning activity was left to provide the students a little bit of discretion in what they research, because communities are different. Whether it's in Imperial County or Richmond, they're just different. So the students get to pick their research project or their discussion topic, unless the academy says, hey, you will do the following. That can change. I'm going to read you what they're required, or read you all what is required, but we can change it and be very prescriptive so that each academy does the exact same thing. So the activity is students will participate in a group activity that requires them to research a historical event and present their findings to the class. The research must include the impact on the perspective of law enforcement and the community. The event should include an historical action such as the Stonewall riots, the Zoot Suit riots, internment of Japanese Americans, March from Selma to Montgomery, George Floyd, etc. So it's very open-ended, but we can tighten that down if you all would like and say, hey, here are the topics that you must research, or each student must, hit one of these 5, whatever it is. So you are right. It varies from academy to academy.
Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, so I think, first of all, the videos are great. Manny, I think the title of what we're doing is the evolution. You mentioned it several times, but we can't evolve unless we have a base. So I understand where Commissioner Yule's coming from. And I think we need to go back in time when we do this, and it's historical data, right? There's nobody here to be interviewed of what policing was like in 1920, but we need to go back into where politicians ran police departments, and then there's a shift into not following the politician, but the law, and then how policing has evolved into a profession. And even a timeline of where that's happened, because I've shared with several of you before, when I went back and did one of the reviews in St. Louis, I was like going back in time in the history books of how policing was done. We don't see that because we're in California, but it happens in other parts of the country where they're still stuck 50, 60 years in time when it comes to the abuses and things that were going on that California dealt with years ago. And understanding that history is important to see the evolution of where we're able to allow people, transgender, women into play. All that happened because of the evolution of the profession, but there are other parts of the country that haven't kept up with that evolution. So I think it's really important to have a base, and that base goes back in time. And I'm talking about the turn of the century type base in where policing was political, where there's graft and corruption, where that happened, and then how we evolved and what basically happened. And part of that is how the Post Commission was established and why it was established. And then we can do I like the other pieces that are there, but without a base, we can't show a true evolution unless we show that we started somewhere historical. So I agree. I also think that maybe we do some more prescriptive in the academy, or maybe we pick some of those things. You have to go back and analyze it and talk about it, or we show the video that's produced and they have to pick something that's in there and report back on that, and keep it open for something new, because unfortunately something new is going to happen between now and then. That's just the way life is. But I understand Commissioner Yule's frustration, because he's been talking about this for years. But I think there's a quick, easy, not quick, nothing is quick, we're in government, but an easy piece, because stuff's all historical and there's tons of videos out there already on the history of policing. We just need to get copyright approvals and pulling stuff in, and how do we kind of set our own timeline that's consistent with what we're trying to do. So that's just my 2 cents. That was more than 2 cents, my $20 worth of comment.
Commissioner Nieto.
Sure. Commissioner Doring, I'm sorry.
Okay. I just want to touch base on what Executive Director Alvarez said about the requirements that we have in there right now, and it leaves a lot of openness for the recruits to do their own research. I think that's important. I actually don't like the idea of narrowing that more and specifying what they have to do for a couple of reasons. I think you have the redundancy of the presentations if the whole class is limited to 4 or 5 topics. And I also think it encourages creativity and allows the recruits to do their own research and maybe come up with topics that aren't as mainstream in the media that recruits in the class might not be as familiar with. Gives them a little bit more engagement in what they're doing. So I personally like that we have some flexibility there, not to mention every part of the state is different in which topics they might learn. So I wouldn't be in favor of restricting that down more. I do like the way we have that.
Anita.
I'm actually the opposite, Justin, and usually we're in alignment. I think there are critical things that have happened in California that have changed the paradigm of policing in California. The Zoot Suit riots, which affected all of Southern California, not just Los Angeles, the internment of Japanese Americans. Obviously, that affected the entire state, more so in Southern, because that's where they pulled the population out of to intern, but they were interned in Northern California. So I don't know if there's a compromise, a mix of that, but there are certain just milestones in policing. Quite honestly, I'm shocked, but I'm not, that somebody would not know the history of why we're where we're at today in this state, but.
There.
Commissioner Yule.
I don't see why you cannot have both. I mean, you don't want to stifle the creativity of a young mind, but I think you build off of a base and then give them options of how to deal with things. But again, the issue of the internment camps, the issue of the indentured servants, the officer, I didn't say this, but the officer, the assistant chief, was actually in a community of Asians, and he had no knowledge of that. So how can you be effective when you don't understand that past history? At least in my mind, I couldn't help but wonder that. So I think there has to be a base, and you can give them electives. I equate this to going to a 4-year college. I mean, you have to take those standard general admission courses, and then you build on top of that. But you don't just pick and choose what you're going to take in order to satisfy that degree. Everyone at least have to have that baseline of information, and then they build on top of it. And I see the same possibility here. But if everyone doesn't understand that history, today you may be working in a Hispanic community, tomorrow in an Asian community, the next year in a African-American community. But if you don't understand any of those dynamics, I don't know how effective you're going to ultimately be. So I don't profess to know what should be part of that baseline. I just think that everyone coming into this profession should at least have a general understanding of the past and where they can fit into this new evolution. Last comment, and then I'll end it for me. I was on the East Coast a couple of months ago and just happened to spend the afternoon with a couple of council members there. And there were a couple of officers, and again, I'll just leave this community nameless too. But the individual was talking to me and the council members, and then there was something going on with one of the officers' subordinates. And he said, "Excuse me a minute," turned around and said, "Get that paddy wagon back where it belongs." Paddy wagon? I mean, and not understanding what impact or what inference that had to Irish Americans. I mean, I just think that if California is to continue to be the leader of policing, that we ought to have a better way of preparing people. And I think it starts with he or she starting through that academy anywhere in the state of California to have that baseline and then build on top of it. And not just assume that people through osmosis is going to learn all of this, because it just doesn't happen.
Additional comments or questions? I think what we've heard here from the executive director is that there is no intent to slide, and that next year they'll be working on videos that reference specifically what Commissioner Brazil referred to as a fundamental base, which seems to, and there will not be a reduction of autonomy within the academy, which speaks to other members here. So I think it was a very good discussion. On the heels of that discussion, this would be a good time to give Kathy a break, but not for the rest of us. We'll have two videos. We actually have three, but the first one is only a 3-minute video, and I think it speaks directly to what our executive director has cited and Commissioner Brazil in terms of base and the type of thing that Commissioner Ewell is looking for. It's a 3-minute video. The second video we'll watch here then will be, I think it's 10 minutes on the dispatcher and the domestic violence video. We will save the film debut of our Sheriff Moon for lunchtime, and people can sit and watch that one at lunch. The staff will also make links available to all of us for all three of these videos. So Kathy, I think you can take a break now, and we'll start with the 3-minute video on essentially base information on history of policing, and then we'll watch the DV video. Thanks, everyone.
If the instructors play videos during the principled policing course. So there is one, for instance, and I didn't share that on Japanese internment, but there's like 3 or 4. But yeah, they can pick whichever one they want if they want. So it's not tight as we've discussed, where they have to show them. But this is an example of one of them, and they're not all related to the history of policing. Just 2 or 3 of them.
If we don't know the history, it's impossible to understand what's going on in the present. Ergo, you then can't predict very well into the future. What I mean by that is we all are part of the making of history. But when we're born, we step into this historical drama that's been ongoing for centuries, and we take our place. If you don't understand that progression, then how on earth do you understand who you are and how you fit in? A lot of people think that history is stuff that happened years and years ago and no longer has any impact on who we are today. Nothing could be further from the truth. We have stories that we tell ourselves about the history. And if you don't have an accurate picture of what happened, then the story is going to be somewhat distorted. So I think right now, in terms of identifying who we are as a group of people who share the universe, our stories are all different. If our stories are shared, then we can understand, oh, so you had to go through that. I never knew that, you see. And then perhaps there's some way of coming together around how we can meld these stories and then create a new one that we both share. Our own personal history is significant because those are the primary things that happen to us. What happens to us as individuals? Those are the things that build the story that we carry around. I, Terry Roberts, a black man, was born in Little Rock, Arkansas in 1941. If you know the dynamics, you already know what I was stepping into. Black people were forced to live in certain geographical areas based on the Plessy decision, separate but equal, and that was enforced by local police. So if you were, quote, out of place, you were subject to arrest or harassment or brutality for that matter. So we learned very early, especially as young black kids, to be wary of policemen. I think that with younger cadets, if there were instructors older than the cadets who could share from their own life experience how knowledge of history has helped them develop into being better officers, would be a place to start. You would make certain that cadets had an opportunity to learn from very objective teachers the history of policing in this country. That, I would think, would be an imperative to add into any kind of academic training at the academy. Life progresses in a stepwise way. Whatever happens yesterday will dictate in large measure what's possible today. And so if we can see it, if we can see the full picture, see the full panorama, the historical record, if you will, then that gives us a head start on knowing what's going on right now and what we can best do in response to it.
It's really a homemade hardening trick, most effective for guys over 40. Did you know that your bat doesn't get stiff because the arteries are clogged with toxins?
Emergency. Hi, I need to report a domestic violence over on Mark Street.
So on March 3rd, 2008, my day started much like every other day. I sat down on the couch and asked my spouse, what do you want to do? Do you want me to make something? And he was basically blocking my exit. In his hand, he had a piece of paper and a letter opener. This was one that looks like a knife blade, a very thin, like stiletto type knife. It wasn't very big, but it could hurt somebody if you did something with it, and I wasn't sure what his intention was with it. The county at that time thought it was a good idea to publish the divorce filings in the local newspaper. As a result of that happening, there was a big argument that we had about it. I don't know at what point he decided that he was going to attack, but he did. And that's when he proceeded to try and strangle me.
Hi, we're not available to take your call right now. Leave your name, number, and we'll get back to you.
I tried to call her back because I left work early because I had homework to do, and she couldn't answer the phone at that point. So I drove the 5 minutes it took to get home, and all the lights were off in the living room and through most of the house. And I told him, I don't know what's going on, but let me see my mom. He let me go into the bathroom, and she was sitting against the wall. So I moved her hair, and that's when I saw that her face had been badly beaten. My dad had clearly beat my mother. I yelled at my dad that he needed to leave. He came over and slammed me against the wall and slapped me, and I dropped to my knees.
Then he started talking about all kinds of different things, how it was all my fault. This wouldn't have happened if I hadn't done things, and that I deserved this, and that if she didn't watch it, there would be more than one of us not making it out of there.
All I could think was I had to get her out of there because she needed help. So I reached in my pocket with my cell phone and sent a text to one of my best friends telling them to get cops to my house.
She just sent me a text and said, get cops to my house now, which I know that her dad has a history of violence.
Okay, what are their names?
The Barnett.
At some point, I'm at peace with God. If it has to be this, then I'm okay. She kept looking at me and trying to give me some kind of signal that things were going to work out, and I didn't think they were going to work out. I didn't think we'd even make it out of there alive.
I looked at my mom and I looked at my dad, and I was lost.
At some point, we could hear banging on the front door. And that's when Ashley started saying, come on, Dad, let's go see who's at the door. Come on, Dad, we have to go see what's going on. Someone's at our door, we have to go. He eventually listened to her, and he point blank told me, don't move from here. If you move from here, you're going to die.
So we get to the door, he makes me open it, and there's cops.
I thought they were going to find me dead. I thought they would find my daughter dead.
Dispatch is the backbone of everything the officers in the field are doing. And without them, we wouldn't be able to do our job. So they are our eyes and our ears. They know that if there's any risks of danger, they play that critical role of asking the right questions and relaying the right information to keep us safe. You have to have a heart willing to serve others. You have to be someone who can handle stress and multitask and know that sometimes you're never going to know the outcome of what happened.
I have to take this really quick. California Patrol, this is Dawn. How can I help you? Coming into this profession with the background that I have and the incident that I was involved with, I've made it a point for me to get the training that I could, do the best job I can do to make sure nobody has to go through that. Is it always going to be the best outcome? No. But at least I can say that I did everything I could to make it a good outcome. And I make sure that someone else isn't sitting there waiting for that glimmer of hope that never comes.
Dispatchers are the hidden heroes of law enforcement. It's hard for dispatchers to let go of the traumatic calls that they take. It's hard to know that my mom does take those critical incidents home sometimes, and it's heavy on her heart, and she doesn't know the outcomes. It happens too often in all sorts of first responder situations. Sometimes it's better not to know, and it's better to make up a story in your head that everything went well and you did your piece to help them out.
Multitasking can be very challenging, especially for new dispatchers, because in addition to answering a call, you're also creating a CAD log, which is a computer-aided dispatch log. And what you're doing is you're taking the information given to you by that reporting party, and you're transcribing it into a log while you're still talking to them and asking them more questions to get more detailed information on the incident that's occurring. You want to get help to them as quickly as possible, but you know you have to get certain information that could potentially delay the response. And if you don't get that information, you can't get them the help you need. You can sometimes be very overwhelmed with all the responsibility that you have, because you can take that internally and feel like if something goes wrong, that you were personally responsible for that. There's been a lot of change from the time when we started with paper cards. So technology's changed. Now everything's done on a computer. And as laws change, we have to change and adapt to it. So one of the calls that I took after I became a news dispatcher at Golden Gate Communication Center was a call from a woman who was involved in a domestic situation, which was somewhat similar to mine. She said her husband had been beating her and that she needed assistance. I got a partial address, but I didn't get the whole thing. And as I was trying to transfer her, the phone was hung up and all I had was a dial tone. So I tried a cell trace and that address happened to be in Texas. I proceeded to call the department in Texas and I let them know, hey, I'm trying to work this call that I had. The phone is registered to this area of your jurisdiction. Can you tell me if you've had any prior contacts with this person? And they were able to tell me the name of the male half of the incident. And as a result of getting that information, I recontacted the local police department, which was San Jose, and said, this is what I got from contacting Texas about this phone number. This is the person, this is the name of the wife, and this is the incident that was going on. And as a result of that and the additional information, they were able to locate her and get her help and get her away from the abuser that she was with. I felt like I had won the lottery. I had done what I could to find her a successful conclusion. There was personal satisfaction in that.
Dawn is a great supervisor. She was a seasoned dispatcher before she promoted to her supervisor role, which is huge. So she knows all of the roles of a dispatcher and the policy and everything that goes with it. So that created a great supervisor in her. It's very admirable that someone can take the worst situation of their life and use it as a tool to want to help others if they're ever in that situation as well. We are so grateful at the Susanville area. We have 10 amazing dispatchers and 2 amazing dispatch supervisors. And Dawn is one of those supervisors. They take care of business and they keep us safe and they get along so well and have great morale. So we're just super fortunate to have Dawn and her team here at Susanville.
I don't know what the long-term effect of the beating that I took. The result of the injury to my left arm was that I now carry a plate with 7 screws. I know I lost a significant amount of hair. CAT scan showed what they thought was a depressed skull fracture. There was a lot taken from me, besides my dignity and my pride. And you're always trying to maintain control and you don't have any.
My mom means everything. She has been through so much in her life and continues to keep going. She has supported me through every decision I've made. Whether it was a good decision or a bad decision, she is my travel buddy, and we've explored so many parts of the world that I never thought we'd get to together. She means the world to a lot of people.
Do you ever look at her and think about kind of the fact that maybe if it wasn't for her, you might not have made it out of there?
When I look back at this situation and I look at my daughter, I know if she hadn't come home early that night, if she hadn't been there, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be having a conversation about this incident. So, she's my hero. I'm Dawn Barnett, and I'm a public safety dispatcher, and now I'm a public safety dispatch supervisor.
All right, thank you very much. And again, Commission echoes the executive director's kudos to the folks involved in these films. We're back on the record with item K, which is a report on instructor conduct regulations. Law enforcement consultant Andrew Mendonca will report.
Afternoon, thank you. I'll be walking you through the background of this project, the goals of the proposed regulatory changes, a few key items for discussion, and our recommended next steps. In November 2024, the Commission directed staff to evaluate regulatory options for addressing both course complaints and poor instructor conduct or performance. Since then, we've had a number of regular stakeholder meetings with internal divisions and legal counsel to shape the framework for the proposed regulations. One important piece is I wanted to let everybody know the scope has expanded in response to some of those conversations, and there's some keys that you should be aware of. First, it incorporates the actions that are already included under Regulation 1052 and 1059 that prohibit decertified or suspended instructors from teaching in certified courses. Second, it includes a provision to address Government Code Section 7286, which is already reflected in 1004, and I'll come back to that. Third, it incorporates needed elements from the Quality Assessment Program, which are currently not formally included in any regulations. The goals of this proposal are threefold. First is to establish clear and explicit instructor conduct standards. Second is to provide posts with direct authority to address instructor misconduct. The third is to regulate course presenters as the accountable body rather than individual instructors. A key issue for discussion is how to address the prohibitions under Government Code Section 7286. So this statute requires agencies to prohibit officers from training other officers for a period of 3 years following a substantiated abuse of force complaint. While I recognize that POST does not determine agency policy or compliance, we're concerned about approving instructors who may otherwise be prohibited, especially in cases where reports are made to POSET. As written, the statute only applies to officers training other officers. It does not address trainees in academies, instructors once they leave an agency, or private presenters. And the Commission will need to consider whether to adopt regulations that mirror the prohibitions. Options include adopting the statute's language directly or the intent by prohibiting instruction in any certified course. To address the process, staff is recommending 3 main components. The first is a mechanism to address new instructors who have existing actions. The second is to address existing instructors who may receive a new action. And third is a requirement for presenters to attest that all instructors they assign are eligible under the new rules. This approach ensures consistency, provides cross-checks across post divisions, and shares responsibility between presenters and post. We anticipate there's probably going to be a number of challenges. However, we think there are several factors that strengthen the proposal. Decertification and suspension actions are already covered under existing regulations with the recent adoption of 1052 and 1059. Adoption of 7286 prohibitions would be consistent with existing agency policy requirements, which have been in place since 2023. Third, as the regulations are directed at presenters, not individual instructors, the responsibility for compliance falls on the presenter, avoiding post assuming a direct employment role with individual instructors. And we feel that we've addressed some concerns regarding due process in a couple of different ways. One, instructors prohibited either through decertification or 7286 would already have been subject to extensive agency review or post review. And the proposed process builds in notice and presenter appeal before making any determination, which is consistent with how we do appeals under 1058 now anyway. Moving forward, staff recommends that we conduct external stakeholder review and collect additional feedback, finalize the proposed regulatory language for Commission consideration, establish a target implementation date and a communication plan for both instructors and presenters, and explore the adoption of student conduct guidelines to address inappropriate or disruptive student behavior. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Mendonça on this item? Hearing none. Thank you, sir. Item L is a report and discussion regarding Commission Reg 1005, Peace Officer Minimum Training Requirements. Chief Counsel William Toby Darden will continue his excellent in-depth reporting on this item. I think the legislature should ask Toby to rewrite the whole section on Peace Officer 830.
If asked, I would gladly comply.
Careful what you volunteer for.
Commissioners, this is a continuation of our ongoing discussions with respect to Regulation 1005 and updating our foundational training requirements for all categories of peace officer in California. You'll remember we've had several discussions about this during our commission meetings. We've had stakeholder meetings, which Commissioners Brazil and Gordon graciously volunteered to participate in. I made a number of efforts to try to move this forward, and it struck me that really to move the project forward, the only way to do it would be for me to go through the work of literally reviewing each category of peace officer in California in the Penal Code in Chapter 4.5 and making some attempt to try to determine for each of those categories of peace officer what the appropriate foundational training would be. RBC, SIBC, or 832. And it was not as difficult as I thought. In the introduction, surprisingly enough, it really was not. So this is the draft regulation that you see. And again, this is just for discussion purposes. If you could just scroll down a little bit. So the draft starts out with some initial regulatory language, really just the basic proposition that peace officers shouldn't be appointed into positions requiring the exercise of authority that they have not been fully trained for. And while there are some categories of peace officers in California over whom post does not have regulatory authority, the draft states that the regulation should be considered best practice standards for all peace officers in California, and that the commission would encourage that the standard be followed for all peace officers, regardless of whether or not the commission has regulatory authority. It cautions that law enforcement agencies should carefully consider whether to permit a law enforcement officer to carry a firearm if the officer has not completed either the full RBC or, in the case of an officer with solely investigative authority, the SIBC. And it states, consistent with existing post regulation, that any officer that has not completed the regular basic course must not engage in general law enforcement duties as is defined by regulation or uniformed patrol duties, again, which are defined by the commission. Now, most of the officers that I placed within the RBC requirement, again, only for discussion purposes, shouldn't be controversial, but there may be some that we may need to have some discussions, some additional discussions on. So by way of example, and maybe you could move to page 5 real quick. The draft regulation places peace officer park rangers over whom we've had some considerable discussions about within the RBC category. But the reason that I did that is because those park rangers that are appointed under Penal Code Section 830.31B are given by the legislature the primary duty of, quote, protection of the park and the preservation of the peace therein. So many of these categories, ranger and in addition harbor and port police, who have the primary duty of enforcement of the law on or about the properties that they patrol, is that those duties where you have a broad mandate to protect the park or protect the harbor or port properties and to maintain and enforce the law within that jurisdiction, then that sounds like RBC. One provision that the commission may want to carefully consider, and if we go to page 10, and this is based on some discussion that I heard here at the commission. I believe it may have been Commissioner Gordon, but I don't want to misstate that. But I have in the draft, again, for the RBC, and it's at the top of the page, that except as is otherwise specified in this regulation, and that is those other officers that are placed within the SIBC or in the 832 category, that any peace officer permitted to carry a firearm by his or her employing agency while on duty or while off duty, regardless of the Penal Code section used by the employing agency as the authority for appointment or employment, should have the RBC. So again, what that says is if you're carrying a firearm and you're not otherwise an SIBC or 832 by regulation, that the commission would say that is a requirement for the RBC. Now, most of the officers that I placed in the SIBC provision are also likely not controversial. Can we go now to the PDF, please? So instead of having to go through page after page after page of the draft regulation, I put together a PDF, which I hope makes it a little bit simpler for you to see why or which officers have been placed in which category. Can you go to the next slide? This just talks about coverage of our existing regulatory structure. Okay, go on to the next one, please. All right. So of all of the various categories, you'll see, I won't read each one of them, but the bullet points there show you which peace officers that are given peace officer authority by the California legislature have been put into either the RBC, the SIBC, or 832. And again, this is just the RBC page. You may wonder with some of them, for example, for the municipal utility district, or as we talked about, harbor, port, police, transit, and so forth. That was because when you really look at the penal code section that grants them authority, they are doing general enforcement of the law, or generally they're responsible for the protection of those properties. Okay, can you go to the SIBC, please? These again are not controversial, and I started it out with one which has been controversial in the past, and that's the DA, inspector, and investigators. But in the draft regulation, what I said is for any individual officers that are placed within the SIBC portion of the regulation, they may have either the RBC or the SIBC, but they can have the SIBC and do not have to have the RBC if they are within this section of the regulation. So as you see, many of them just logically fall there, and those are investigators by statute, food and drug, lottery, DLSC, insurance, and so forth. Some of them you may wonder about. Voluntary fire wardens, for instance, was a provision of peace officer that I was not very familiar with, but it does appear that those voluntary fire wardens are largely responsible for simply enforcement of the law relating to the forests and forest fires. So I thought that that was more akin to an investigator doing that sort of work. Okay. Then when it came down, if you go to the final page, to the Penal Code 832 training, there were not as many of them as I thought there would be. It really boiled down to the coroners, deputy coroners, of course, jail deputies, and jail correctional officers, DOJ security officers. And the reason that they are in 832 and not in SIBC is because the DOJ security officers are very, very limited. They only have authority while they are on duty and only for security type functions within the buildings. Same with the UC College of the Law. Now, CDCR, parole, and correctional officers, they're not subject to 1005, but obviously they will complete PC 832 training. So we put them on the slide just for information. We are currently looking at county probation. I've got some questions as to where county probation would fit in. But that's it, really. It was just an effort to try to move it forward. And again, I thought the best way to do that was literally to go category by category and try to determine where they belong, SIBC, RBC, or 832. So with that, we're just looking for guidance, whether or not you have any thoughts about how we should move it forward from this point.
Toby, so the intent would be then to put this out for comment to the associations and so forth, and we're back in December.
Certainly. Well, we have a number of ways that we can go. If we want to actually move it forward, then we can move it forward and send it out for public comment if the commission believes that it's ready to go there. Otherwise, if there's any desire for me to come back and rework it or to have some more fulsome discussions in December, we can certainly do that. So it's up to the commission as to what its desire is.
Questions or comments? Commissioner Nieto.
Commissioner Nieto, I do want more information about county probation once you get there, Toby.
Yes.
Because that's gonna affect a large number of employees for the 58 different counties. So some feedback when you get to that point.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Commissioner Braun, animal control officers, they do write search warrants and do some enforcement actions. Our animal control officers are 832.
Yes, and the reason that animal control officers aren't in this regulation is that they are not given peace officer power.
I figured as much.
Yeah. So again, the intent of this regulation is I simply went through chapter 4.5 and only those provisions that the legislature has given peace officer authority to. So for any individuals that are considered public officers, or there are a number such as animal control that are not peace officers, but they are given certain duties or power or authority that looks like peace officer, but they are not given peace officer authority by law. I did not include those because the intention here is only to cover those peace officers, those individuals that the legislature has given peace officer power to.
Thank you. And I share Commissioner Nieto's concerns with probation and having clear definition on that.
Mr. Gordon.
I would just like to thank you for the deep dive that you took. Clearly, there was much discussion when Commissioner Brazil and I attended the workshops. And I think overall, once all of the members that were in the room of the workshops from all the different groups and all the different, including probations and CDCR, I think regardless, once we really dove into it, there was large scale agreement on most should be doing RBC. And I think this is going to take time, and this is not a broad stroke brush that can just be done overnight. But I do think this change to the regulation and clarification is very necessary. So I appreciate the time that you took to actually go through and identify each one, because I think that was part of when we did the workshops, part of the struggle of realizing how many different groups were in the penal code that this included, that were spelled out specifically. So I do appreciate the time that you took. And I do think for me personally, I think this is a great direction for us to continue to move in. And, you know, to the question about input, there were a lot of various perspectives and different individuals in the room. And I'd like to just thank post staff because it was really thoughtful. It really did cover a wide variety, and there were actually a few executives in the room, but a lot of it was those actually in the academies doing the work from all different cross sections that were in the room. There were a few executives. So I did appreciate this wasn't just an executive look. This was literally a bottom to top look, in my opinion. And so I appreciate the time that was put and the time that you've put into it, because I do think this is very reflective of where we need to get.
You're very welcome. It was absolutely my pleasure to do it. And just for the commissioners on the question of county probation, the question that I had was that the county probation officers apparently believe statewide that their authority comes from Penal Code Section 830.5. I didn't interpret the section that way myself, just as a matter of statutory interpretation. It looked to me like Penal Code Section 830.5, which grants peace officer powers to certain probation officers, was to a much more limited group of probation officers than all county probation officers statewide. Having said that, I asked someone to research it in my legal office, and they did, and there seems to be wide consensus throughout California that county probation officers do statewide, local county probation officers do obtain their peace officer authority through Penal Code 830.5. So just so that I understand, assuming that all county probation officers do have peace officer authority under 830.5 of the Penal Code, I'm just curious as to what the concern is. Would the commission agree that they would be given 832, or would the idea that they would be more RBC or SIBC? Yes.
I will just say, I actually had at my table in my group, a probation officer supervisor at the table who shared the training that they went to. So I do think there needs to be some work specifically around setting a standard throughout the state for probation that probably is a combination of 832 and the others, because they do a lot of the same academy pieces. It is just spelled out a little differently. So I do think there's probably, you know, to Commissioner Nieto's point, some work to be done specifically with the probation for that standard.
And also, this is simply the foundational training regulation. So we have, for instance, with airport security, for instance, they have the RBC as the foundational training, but then they are also required to take the airport security. And so, you know, again, the idea would be whether or not we as a commission for probation want to have a different set of foundational training for probation, where it's just 832, but then it's 832 plus effectively, or if it would be SIBC or SIBC plus or RBC or RBC plus. So it sounds like we're talking probably about 832, but then the question is, what additional training would they have, just as airport security folks and so forth have additional training? Is that right, Commissioner?
Yes, and I do just think it needs to be a set standard throughout the state for what they receive. But I think there's probably room for a work group, because they talked about what they get and the standard that they get. So I think there's a room to that, because most of their PC 832 piece was their firearms component more than anything. And that was, and I wouldn't want to see them have to do double the standard where they're taking in, you know, the internal piece that most of the probation departments are doing plus on top of that. So for me, I think there just needs to be a better understanding of that piece.
Commissioner Moon, again, that standardization, because I think all probation departments are different across the state. It was a surprise to me, just returning from a conference, to see a probation agency in California that their uniform is a patched uniform with a patch in a full uniform with a handgun. That to me appears to be more of the overall law enforcement, at least look. So again, it goes back to the harbor police, the park ranger police. If the visual is, we're putting them, I think, at a disservice for training. So if we're going to be standardized, we need to look at the entire state.
Commissioner Nieto, I'm of the opinion also they've moved more towards policing. I'm not saying put them under RBC. I think we need to look at it. But it might be an 830.5 plus thing, but again, I agree it needs to be standard, and it's different. I know I've been throughout the state. I know Kelly has, and it's just different from where you're at. I think part of it has to do with fiscal stuff, trying to do more with less. And so, you know, the local agencies put more of a burden on their probation, depending on where you're at, on what they do or they don't do. So,
and I know one of the things I've been thinking is that, you know, when you have, for example, with the, just as an example, the harbor police, where you have harbor officers that are doing police work and they're responding to calls and they're carrying guns and all that stuff, then that really looks RBC-ish. If an agency wants to have a park ranger or a harbor employee that does not have peace officer powers, then that's fine. They can have a public officer or some other position where the individual doesn't have peace officer powers. But if we're talking about probation officers that have peace officer powers, then the question again is, what's the foundational training? And then with the foundational training, then what additional training would be on top of it?
Commissioner Braun, currently who oversees training for probation? I know that Post does not oversee training. Is there an entity that does?
You know, I honestly don't know.
Is the intent that an arson investigator that works for a city fire department complete the SIBC as opposed to PC 832 training?
That was the idea. And again, I think that the thought process is if you have any investigator, so in other words, if you look at the other areas for SIBC, those are investigators that have a limited skill set, but they are to investigate, for example, ABC crimes or Department of Insurance crimes or that sort of thing. So they have a limited area of their investigative skill and expertise, but the SIBC is still appropriate because they are expected to do professional investigations. So that was the intent, was to place arson investigators in that category of specialized investigators that should have that training. But again, this was just my initial attempt at having something for discussion, and I would love to have the commission's thought on any of these categories that they had questions about.
So I personally have not had any discussions with any fire folks about the SIBC versus PC 832. Obviously, CAL FIRE, which is part of the post program and have a couple hundred peace officers, they have arson investigators. They all go through either the RBC or the SIBC. And I think they run an RBC academy.
That's right.
But there are going to be, I presume, many small fire departments with 10 or 12 people that their arson investigator is it's a collateral duty. And
Yes,
to require them to potentially go through a 6-month academy on top of that may cause some concerns.
Yes, and of course, the thing to keep in mind is the scope of post's existing regulatory authority. So if it's not a post participating agency, which most fire departments are not,
It will not apply to them?
then it would not apply to them. So it's only, so it really, as you know, our regulatory authority is SB2, so the 13.510.1 categories, which is not going to include those local arson investigators, post-participating agencies, which they likely would not be. So our regulation would not apply to them. It would, again, say that it should be considered a standard for other agencies and employing peace officers to look up to. But so, yes, it would not apply to them unless they were post-participating.
Additional comments, questions? Process, Toby, then as you see it going forth over the next couple months?
What do you think, Mr. Executive Director?
Yeah, would you like us to put it out for public comment before we come back in December, or would you like us to come back to you in December with the draft? And I'm sorry, Commissioner Brazil, I think I jumped in.
I think we at least need to reach out to Cal Sheriff's. Mainly because we got the park ranger issue we talked about that's been on the forefront, and also where we're putting custody staff, the non-deputy custody staff in that section. Then the second conversation is what do we do with 832, the number of hours there, but that's a separate conversation. So I would at least reach out to, and maybe Cal Chiefs, but Cal Sheriff's definitely has shown an interest, particularly Fresno and a couple others. I would just reach out to them first before we go out for public comment, so they aren't surprised by it.
Commissioner Gordon?
I would agree with that.
Agree.
Just based on all the conversations would be to do some reach out and then, based on that, then put it out for public comment. I think we do ourselves a disservice if we put a draft without getting that public comment first. For me, I'd rather know if we're missing something and where the points of concern are before the big rest of the lift comes on the draft. So I think it's fair to get that, because for some of this is a big change. So I would support getting, some individual reach out and then the opportunity for some public comment. That would just be my thoughts on it.
Commissioner Brazil?
Well, one thing we should be prepared when you have these conversations is what's our plan for those to gain compliance that currently aren't compliant? And grandfathering, how we're going to manage that, because there's a bunch of agencies there that we know are not compliant with the RBC or the SIBC. And if we do this, what's our protocol for getting them in compliance? or some of the options, like you said, someone just make them public officers. They have that option. Here's what you do instead.
Right. And as you remember, when we first started this journey, how long ago was it? Now, it seems like a couple of years ago, we were looking at both 1010 and 1005, running them in parallel because of that exact issue. Yes.
Well, and I think too, just based on some agency experience, for us, there are some carve outs for the grandfathering piece because of how they were appointed when they were appointed. It would really affect moving forward. It's the concern of having to make, take all these folks and now send them, maybe they've been doing this 20 years back to the academy. The way I understand the regulation, and the expert can correct me if I'm wrong, most of them would already, this really affects those moving forward than the backwards look.
Correct. So under 1010, historically, what we've done is we look at whether or not the entity that's attempting to come into the post program, whether or not those officers were appointed in conformity with law that existed at the time that they were appointed. And then if so, they come into the program, but then from that point forward, under the old version, at least of 1005, if you're RBC, RBC from that point forward. So yes, what we've historically done with 1010 is look to see whether or not they were lawfully brought in at the time of their hire.
And I would just point out, as part of that educational and reach out process, is making sure that it's understood that under SB2, regardless of whether they went to RBC or did not go to RBC, they fall under SB2 and are held to those same standards. So I think that is part of, especially because we're that forward looking, this is that opportunity to make sure that that standard is met and we're setting them up for success. And that's been part of the conversation, but I think that would be a good reminder as part of that reach out and that educational process, is that they now qualify under SB2 and that have to meet that same standard for their conduct. So we want to make sure that they're getting the proper tools for that standard.
Commissioner Doran?
Yeah, no, I agree with my colleagues too, to bring this to Cal Chiefs and Cal Sheriffs first, just for some feedback, and we can bring it to PORAC also, and get input from the rest of the agencies, so we can bring that back in December.
Thank you. Toby, do you feel you have sufficient direction here?
I believe so.
All right. If there are no more comments or questions, I believe we're heading, Kathy, to a lunch break here. Why don't we come back at 1? Got a long agenda. And we will take a break now, and then lunch is here. And why don't we tee up the Commissioner Moon video in about 10 minutes. All right. We'll be back at 1.
The topography here is rugged mountains, we have hills, and a lot of forestry.
Our biggest challenge up here is the terrain that we deal with.
Just about all of Nevada County is high fire danger. Being in Northern California with our mountainous terrain, we're in the wildland.
Obviously, people can always be dangerous, but Mother Nature up here can be pretty dangerous.
The Nevada County Sheriff's Office is asking for your help to find a missing person, 24-year-old Esmeralda Marie Pineda.
Esmeralda Pineda vanished from a campsite in Nevada City.
She was last seen near a mining camp near the Middle Fork of the Yuba River and Sweetland Creek in Nevada City.
The Sheriff's Office says she is considered at risk because of her personal history and the treacherous terrain that she was last seen at.
Pineda had been camping down in the canyon by the Middle Yuba River with 3 of her friends. The morning of the 26th, her friends say when they woke up, she was gone.
We have a small dirt road that will take us the majority of the way down to the river at the staging location. We'll have a turnaround down here, and then we'll be deploying teams in from that point. It's a crude trail and it gets very steep down there. So we're just going to be trying to establish their last known location and do a quick hasty of the trail system and the camping location that they had down there. Let's hit that trail and get feet on the ground out there.
I grew up in a family where my father was in law enforcement here at our sheriff's office, as well as the chief of police in one of the small cities in our jurisdiction, the city of Nevada City. So growing up, having a dad in law enforcement, I kind of went towards that route. After high school, I really didn't have a plan. And at the time, the sheriff of our county had talked to my dad, who had retired, and said, hey, we're going to be building a new jail, and we're going to need a lot of female correctional officers. So if your daughter doesn't have anything planned, why don't you tell her to come down to apply? And I did. In that 35 years, it's been an incredible journey. I think it was a great stepping stone for me to start in corrections. Put myself through a police academy in Sacramento, so I traveled to Sacramento to do that while I was working full-time, and was fortunate enough to get a deputy sheriff position here at our office. So the 35 years that I've spent in law enforcement have all been at the Nevada County Sheriff's Office. Was fortunate enough to put my name in for promotion and became the first female sergeant. Shortly thereafter, the first female lieutenant, and then the first female captain.
Just like her father, Moon is all about her community, and that community elected her their first female sheriff, making her California's first openly gay sheriff.
Instead of saying, why me, I said, why not me?
The date was January 10th, 2001. Laura Wilcox was home for winter break, hoping to earn some extra money. She was working as a receptionist at the Nevada County Department of Behavioral Health. Scott Thorpe had an appointment. Laura was familiar with him. But this time, Thorpe had a 9mm handgun and started shooting.
So I went to homicide school. Within a few months, that homicide occurred, multiple mass shooting. My supervisor came to me and he said, Shannon, you're going to be the lead detective. You know, lots of responsibility, knowing that you're in charge of that case. We had a gentleman that was not taking his mental health medication, and he went on a shooting rampage.
Tomorrow, our County Board of Supervisors will vote on whether or not to implement Laura's law.
A major aim is to provide aggressive treatment for those existing laws miss. People who may not have committed a crime, yet have a history of prior hospitalization and appear to be on a downward spiral.
Lots of counties throughout the state are doing that now. That all originated from that call. It's been pretty incredible to see the change in just that building, again, that genuine relationship with our community on what we're here for. We're here to help. It did change my perspective on a lot of things that day.
I was the youngest one in my academy, and I spent 15 years at San Jose Police Department. Absolutely love it there. Great agency. I had a great time. Most of my career there was spent on patrol, and I did a lot of years as a field training officer there. When King 31 took a case at Golden Star Road for report of George Cannon.
Brian Agamau came to us a few years ago. He told me that he really wanted to raise his family here. He didn't want to raise his family in the city, and he really wanted to get into the agricultural part of Nevada County.
You know, it was a little nerve-wracking coming to a small rural agency from a large metropolitan city. I've had a great experience here with Nevada County. It's been a great ride, it's been a fun run, and everyone I work with has just been absolutely fabulous. That's all I have. Be safe. If you need anything, get a hold of me. It's time. You know, I look back and, you know, I probably was a little more reckless or didn't think things through as much as I definitely do now. But once the kids came into my life, my world changed and they became my priority. And so that obviously helped mature me as a person and made me really analyze and think about every move I make and everything I do out here, because I want to make sure I come home to my wife and kids every single day. And so it does contribute to the decision-making factor out here. How can we slow this down? How can we make this safer, not only for me, but for my other deputies that work for me that also have families?
So I started off wanting to be a dentist and have family and family friends that are in law enforcement. They were telling me, knowing me, that they're like, I don't know if you're going to be happy working in an office. And so I decided to change career paths, listening to family and thinking like, yeah, I think they're right.
I supervise Damien. I call him the East Side Commander. He does it all. He is a phenomenal deputy. He works up in our truckie division all by himself. He'll talk your head off if you let him. But he also has a big heart, and he's a hard worker. And when you give him a mission, he'll complete that mission.
He's a character. He will make friends with anybody. He has no problem just getting in and doing a job and doing it well. He always wants to represent the best of law enforcement.
So being on SWAT, search and rescue, dive, working boats, OHV, doing civil, animal control, coroner, is all things that the community wants from law enforcement.
In our agency, you move around quite a bit and you have to be able to adapt.
Being in law enforcement, I really feel a part of this community. We're all a very tight-knit group within the community, so we all work very well together. We have a high quality of life up here.
Our search and rescue personnel are just top-notch. I consider them the best in the state. And the fact that they do this on a volunteer basis and the amount of training and the work, they're always there. It's endless of what they can do.
Huge community of volunteerism, nonprofits flourish in Nevada County. It's pretty amazing to see that the work that gets done in a small agency that does have resource issues with staffing.
Honestly, I think they are a class by themselves. The backbone of search and rescue are the volunteers.
So the volunteers for the Nevada County Sheriff's Office are crucial to our workings. They volunteer their time, they give so much to the community and our agency. They step away from their families on a whim's notice. Sometimes they're coming in at noon and sometimes they're coming in at midnight.
So I was a criminal defense attorney for 25 years and I got breast cancer and did all the treatment for like 4 years, and my brain, I don't feel like it was the same to be able to go back to doing the kind of law I was doing. So I retired, and I was still very physically active and I wanted to do something, and I always thought working with a dog would be amazing. And so search and rescue just fit the bill perfectly.
They care so much about our community. They're out here trying to save people's lives. We're not just putting any regular volunteer in there. They're highly trained and specialized in the terrain that they're going in to try and stay safe.
The Nevada County Sheriff's Office is asking for your help to find a missing person, 24-year-old Esmeralda Marie Pineda. Deputies say she is from Sacramento and she may be trying to return to this region.
24-year-old Pineda had gone camping with her dad and 2 friends at a mining camp. The morning of the 26th, Her friends say when they woke up, she was gone.
We have a small dirt road that will take us the majority of the way down to the river at this staging location. We'll have a turnaround down here, and then we'll be deploying teams in from that point. It's a crude trail and it gets very steep down there. So we're just going to be trying to establish their last known location and do a quick hasty of the trail system and a camping location that they had down there. We have the obvious concerns. We have rattlesnakes, moderate poison oak down there, and the steepness of the terrain. Call was made to me asking for search and rescue to be activated. The hazard mitigation that we had to put in place for this one, due to the area, there can be a high crime rate, unknowing on what type of people are located in this destination. We always want to keep searcher safety. The river systems in our county are run through canyons that have very steep canyon walls on them, and it can be tricky to get down to the river's edge to conduct those searches. We didn't gather any additional information. We continued our search efforts throughout the day and suspended them for the nighttime hours, again, just due to the terrain. We don't want someone slipping and falling off the trail. Started our search back up again the next day. It's so hot that we almost had heat exhaustion from completing this search. We deployed back up into the area same night and then had to hike through the brush the remainder half mile to make it to where this heat signature was located. And we ended up hiking right into the middle of a cartel grow out on the side of a mountainside. Several days later, myself and another deputy were patrolling the area on a side-by-side, and we actually ended up locating Esmeralda at the top of a mountainside just south of the river.
Relief in Nevada County over the news that 24-year-old Esmeralda Pineda has been found safe after being stranded in the wilderness for 12 days. They say Pineda was lying under a structure on top of a canyon in a small clearing, and they noticed her only after she sat up and looked in their direction. When they got to her, she was severely dehydrated and emaciated.
So we immediately called for an air evac to transport her to the nearest hospital.
Sergeant Moe and Deputy Mackey, they were definitely impacted, seeing how the worst shape she was in, but the fact that they found her probably changed their perspectives. A lot of times when we're doing our searches, after that amount of time, we find a deceased person. And such a great feeling when you're able to truly save someone's life. And they saved her life by continuing to search, by not giving up.
It's just overwhelmed with joy that we were able to locate Esmeralda, and I was shocked almost that she was still alive and had withstood that much time out in the elements. It's always amazing when you find someone, you locate them, and you rescue them, and it's rewarding.
There's nothing better than knowing that you have that trust in a community and law enforcement, because we are here to help. And not every agency, not every community feels that way about their law enforcement.
The community of Nevada County is amazing. People up here are just great. They're very supportive of the sheriff's office and of each other. Everyone gets along and strives for the better good out of everything.
We can't do this without the community. It's a symbiotic relationship between, community, but it's more than that. Ultimately, our job is to ensure a good quality of life through law, through mediation. So that is our role.
I have never felt so much support from a community being in this profession my entire life until I came up here. Knowing that we're making a difference. So when I get up in the morning, I know that no matter what we're going to deal with, we're going to have that support from the community.
It takes a special person to work in a rural environment. And the folks that are here, we solve lots of crimes. We handle entire community evacuations, search and rescue missions, and their resiliency of handling the biggest calls to the smallest calls and making sure that those outcomes are great for our community members. You just feel this great sense of value. I don't know if you could get it in any other job.
There was somebody of rank, he's like,
Go back.
oh, yeah. No, he did. No, it's a friend of yours. All I care about.
Hello, hello. All right, could everybody, make all right, if everyone could begin to take their seats. Half. Okay. We'll try to get everybody back here and get started as soon as we can. Yeah. But we can't start without, there's Kathy, the only one we really need. All right, we'll get started. We'll get back on item M, which is a report on decertification course content in post-certified courses. Bureau Chief Brian South from the Professional Conduct Central Bureau will report. Can stall here for a minute, Brian, until we get everybody's back. You can talk about the game last night first for a little while if you'd want.
I'm still crushed by that. Put that on the record.
All right, Mr. South.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. This will be a brief report on decertification SB2 content in post-certified courses. This project came about after some internal discussion at Post and also Commissioner comments, looking at we should have standardized and consistent SB2 decertification content in some of our post-certified courses. So we identified a few of those. So internal affairs, field training officer, post-supervisory course, and post-management course, we felt should have high level, but yet consistent and standardized material in these courses. So we developed some of the content, again, high level bullet points that included the serious misconduct definitions, the reporting obligations from the agency, post certificates and how they essentially equate to a license for a peace officer, and the post process for the cases that move forward. So where we stand right now, in the IA courses, those are certified by our regional consultants, and working with them, many of those courses were put into modification and are now updated with the new consistent standardized content. And that's both private presenters and agency presenters. Another piece of this is next week, in fact, they'll be dropping in on a course that's actually being delivered with this new material. So we can see how the material is actually being delivered, what the questions are coming up from the field, particularly in the internal affairs course, which is obviously foundational to our work in POSAD. The FTO courses were also updated, the field training program course and the FTO supervisor, working with the basic training bureau staff. And they also met with their presenters and shared and discussed this information as well. Worked with training program services on the post supervisory course. This was already in the process of an update, so it was perfect timing, and I had an opportunity to meet with the subject matter experts that were working on the SP2 material at that time. So we worked together, and that course is now updated. And in the fall, I'll be presenting to the supervisory course facilitators. So the actual facilitators for that course, I'll have a chance to meet with them and answer questions as well, and hear what comes up from the field when they're teaching these courses. And then lastly, worked also with TPS on the post-management course. We now have a new instructor guide that has been sent out to the presenters with all this updated material, and that's effective July 1st. And similarly, I'm working with Andrew Mendonca, looking at doing a course observation sometime in the fall, again, with this updated material. That is my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from Mr. South? Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. If Our next item, our next consent item is a report on certification, decertification update. Bureau Chief Michelle Weiler, Bureau Chief Sarah Wallace, and Bureau Chief Brian South will report. Now, before we begin, I'm sure that every commissioner who has reviewed this very thorough and extremely well presented SB2 data is impressed by the product. It's great information. That said, and giving our lengthy agenda today, we're still on the consent agenda. Maybe it's 45 pages here. Rather than walk through all 45 pages, I suggest our presenters start with a summary overview. And as we could obviously spend hours discussing data points, and not to cut off discussion, we'll talk data points as long as anyone would like to. Maybe we start with a summary and go from there. And I'd recommend everybody carry this around with them. And I'd also be very interested in what, if anyone of the commissioners would like to, when we're done talking about this, talk about what their takeaways were from this information. I think there's some very big takeaways. Ms. Weiler.
Good afternoon, Chair Long, commissioners. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip over most of the slides that I usually go through as they're redundant and you have them before you. The one thing I wanted to highlight is on our second slide with the peace officer certification statistics, where we have the data on immediate temporary suspensions, voluntary surrenders, temporary suspensions that we removed. This slide. I wanted to point out that since this data was pulled on, since this data was pulled on August 15th, we have removed 5 immediate temporary suspensions, but issued an additional 9. And then we have also received an additional 9 voluntary surrenders. And normally I don't give this type of update, but since they were so significant in numbers in the past couple of weeks, I wanted to bring that to your attention. I'm sorry, Kathy, I'm talking really fast. And then the remaining statistics, I think you guys can take a look through yourself. I did want to advise that I know there was a request for additional deep dive on education information and numbers. I do have my team working on that, and I hope to have that available for you in December to give you kind of an overview of what information we have and what information we've been able to glean from what we do have. And then again, you guys have the 1029 ineligibility determinations and the 1029 revocation information in front of you in the packet as well. So I'm going to skip that as well and pass it off to Sarah.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. PostStat has been working to build a comprehensive statistical data profile on serious misconduct cases as a result of questions and feedback that we've been receiving from the board and commission during the last meetings over the last year. Before you is a 25 slide, statistical data profile that ranges from January 1st of 2023 to June 30th of 2025. We will continue to report in quarterly increments. The profile highlights agency participation in reporting, intake of serious misconduct reports, the overview of the public complaint process, average timeframes to receive final dispositions of serious misconduct cases from agencies, as well as case closures, the prioritization of cases, types of post actions taken, and disciplinary actions taken by post. I'm going to go over just a few highlights of some critical data points that we've found. On average, cases are closed within 200 days of receiving the final disposition from agencies. We have found approximately 2% of the cases resulted in disciplinary action being taken by post, while 95% are usually closed without further action. Overall, our disciplinary actions account for 0.2% of post licensing population, and that is above the average compared to other California licensing agencies. For example, Board of Registered Nursing and the Medical Board of California. We have attempted to compare to other post agencies, but comparisons were invalid due to different disciplinary system structures. The acts that violate the law, dishonesty, and sexual assault continue to be the top allegations. And an interesting tidbit at the end of the presentation includes almost half of the cases that moved to notice of intent to resulted in causes for action to be added or amended from the agency's final determination to align with serious misconduct and frequent misconduct definitions. The frequent additions include acts that violate the law and dishonesty. I'm happy to take any questions or add any additional information to the data profile for a future meeting. Thank you.
Chair, if there's no questions, I have a brief division update as well.
Please.
So just to go over a couple of quick things that are of note in the division. The first is a reorganization within the division, within POSAD. So there's two components to this. The first is now we have 3 professional conduct bureaus. You'll recall we started with 4, and the professional conduct bureaus are essentially the investigative bureaus. These are the bureaus with the law enforcement consultants that are essentially the investigators. So we have now folded the LA Bureau into the Southern Bureau. So we have the Northern Bureau, the Central Bureau, and the Southern Bureau. The second component to that is analyzing the volume, where the volume was coming from for the counties that are allocated to each bureau. And what we found was there was more volume in Central than Northern, particularly the sustained cases that are the most likely to result in some sort of action. So in doing that analysis, we did move some counties around. So now San Francisco County, Contra Costa County, and Alameda County have moved up to the Northern Bureau. And Central Bureau, the bureau I oversee, is now Ventura and Santa Barbara in Central Bureau. We have found that that is actually equalizing the volume. So that's the reorg. I'll touch on staffing and recruiting, particularly for our law enforcement consultants within the division. We have been able to hire on some very qualified full-time permanent law enforcement consultants. And we are currently not posting any more LAC RA positions, those retired annuitant part-time. At the same time, we are posting for a fully remote-based law enforcement consultant positions. And so they're starting in Professional Conduct Southern Bureau. So that will be a fully remote-based investigator, which LAC, which is going to serve to open up our hiring pool outside of sort of the Sacramento area to the rest of the state, and really is enhancing our recruiting strategy. The last thing I'll mention is some updated written report documentation and processing. So you may see or hear this term, we're going to start utilizing what's called a notice of determination. And what that is the report that the law enforcement consultant, the investigator on the case, will write on cases that are moving forward. That notice of determination essentially includes a summary of the serious misconduct allegations, our post findings, our determination, and the reasons therefore. That matches the statutory language, the reasons why we're taking that certification action. That report will be included in the notice of intent to revoke package that is sent to the subject officer. If that officer does not respond within 30 days, that becomes a default revocation. This notice of determination report will then be the report that's uploaded onto the website. So the same report that the officer gets when they're receiving the notice of intent, if they default, the public will also see that very same report. You may recall that we had a different report called a statement of findings that was uploaded. This will just replace that. So if you see that term, what you will still see though, for cases that are gonna be appealed and that will be presented to you as the commission, you will still get that full investigative summary and findings document at that stage. With that, that is my report on the division updates. Happy to answer any questions.
It is a treasure trove of data and information here. If there are no questions or comments right now, and I think maybe we'd ask Assistant Director Anne Marie Delmano to join her colleagues up here. I would be curious, and maybe this will start some conversations. If you have, Ms. Delmano, what would you say your takeaways from this, from all of this data in terms of of how it's working and what could be done better?
It's transparency. So we report to the legislature every year about the kind of overall efficiency of Senate Bill 2, what we've learned, what we've done, how much is available in terms of transparency. And we spoke early on about some of the limitations of Mark 43, which is our case management system. So we've continued to try and do as much as we can within that case management system to pull out some of these outcome measures or numbers, if you will. We know what we have in terms of intake. We can tell you about the volume and we can tell you where the allegations are. But that's not the story. The story is what types of cases are resulting in administrative discipline
Why are those cases resulting in administrative discipline? And where are we seeing the misconduct? And that's what we're trying to do with the statistical profile you see today, is really start to look at the outcomes and whether or not agencies are in fact reporting information that aligns with post-investigation and post-outcomes. For the most part, they are. Some of the nuances in terms of when we have a different outcome from what the allegation was from the agency, it's because the agency policies don't align with the 9 acts of serious misconduct, but there is misconduct there. It just falls under a different category. So that's where you see the difference in terms of allegation versus outcome. The other thing we had to look at is operational efficiency. So we talk a lot about vacancies and volume and how many cases each LEC has and how burdensome it is. So then we had to look at counties and what are we seeing volume by county and how do we realign the state so that we know we're putting the workforce towards, as Bureau Chief South mentioned, those serious misconduct cases that we would say are priority 1 cases, meaning we have a sustained allegation and we have something, or sustained finding from the agency, and we have something to move forward. So really the major takeaways, Chair Long, I would say, is transparency for the purposes of the board and the commission to understand what all that 40,000 intake represents, and then also how we're putting forth some operational efficiencies to try to get those outcomes in a quicker, maybe more productive way to the board, to the commission, and then through the process.
Commissioner Brazil.
Anne Marie, are the agencies, so can we delve a little bit are the agencies having problems making a link or confusing link between the allegation they're receiving, what they title it, and putting them in the misconduct categories? Did I hear that right, or did I totally make that up?
Both. So I think they understand some of it.
Ignore
and
that,
I'm not
you know.
being diplomatic, I'm being honest. They understand some of it, but they will have a case that has perhaps 7 or 8 different findings or allegations and findings, some of which, might be conduct unbecoming. That doesn't neatly fit into one of our 9 categories of serious misconduct. But as we delve into the investigation, we might find that conduct unbecoming may be abuse of power. So again, it may come in as something, but we're conducting the investigation. Some of the dishonesty cases don't meet our definition of dishonesty, but there is serious misconduct and it may fall into one of the other 9 categories. And based on our investigation, we're able to ferret that out. Something Bureau Chief Ford, who we did a presentation before San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office yesterday, and something she mentioned, which I think is important to mention here today. I think we came into this thinking we're not going to do much in terms of an investigation. We're going to take this documentation, we're going to write it up, we're going to present it, and then we're going to have an outcome. And what we're finding is we're doing far more investigation than we ever thought we would do because they don't line up as neatly as we thought they would. And that's not a bad thing. And it's not to say that agencies, hopefully don't understand. It's saying that all those policy violations don't neatly fit into one of the categories. So I think that's more of the takeaway.
Commissioner Braun, are you seeing cases reported to post when you refer them to the agencies that they already have them? Or are you seeing a lot like, oh no, these weren't being investigated by the agencies?
Great question. Primarily, most of the time, it's actually in the stats, and I'm going to have Sarah speak to that. You're talking about when we have a public complaint that comes in and we refer it. Does it already exist in our database?
Exactly.
We do. We are actually working on a further statistical breakdown that we hope to present at the next meeting that's really going to outline all of that information. But there are frequently public complaints received where we refer them to the agency where we've already received an agency misconduct report prior to even having the public complaint received. So of course, there are public complaints that come in with all varying allegations, and the agencies have been very quick to respond.
If I were doing legislative oversight of this, how concerned should I be that I think you said 265 reporting agencies have no submissions whatsoever, a couple of years into it. How concerned ought we be over that piece of information right there?
So I would say based on what we know about those agencies that haven't report, by and large, they're tiny. There's a couple of them that are larger, and we've done some more recent outreach with one in particular agency that has
100+ peace officers that doesn't have a report. So I think we're making contact and we're trying to figure out why there's not a report there. There is probably some work to do around underreporting. So proportionate reporting. If you have an agency that has 2,500 peace officers and you've only got a handful of complaints, there's probably some underreporting. So I think there's going to continue to be an effort on the part of Post. And that's why we're still out there having these conversations 3 years into this with the law enforcement agencies about when they should be reporting and what they should be reporting. And we continue to get interesting questions that I think are fair. Is what type of bias cases should we be reporting to Post so that we're not inundating the system with cases that every time someone says, you only pulled me over because I'm X, versus an actual bias case that has that nexus between the peace officer's actions and their duty to perform their services equitably, safely, and fairly amongst the community. So I think we're going to continue to educate law enforcement agencies. I don't know how direct of an answer that is because I can't say for sure, Chair Long, that agencies are intentionally not reporting. I think some agencies are still figuring out how much to report.
Commissioner Braun, as one of those agencies with 0 reports and only 25 sworn, so therefore the caveat as to why I have 0 reports, I wouldn't be opposed to a database that just has raw numbers. You know, Los Angeles Police Department has 10,000 employees and this number of officers complained against. Mono County has 25 officers and this number of complaints that have been reported. And that's a way to hold those agencies accountable publicly. And then if they're a police chief, then their city council can take a look at that. If they're a sheriff, then their the electorate can look at that and say, are they doing their job? Or I think it would be a beneficial piece of data for people to look at, just one more piece of data.
I think early on we did some initial reporting and it was not received well. We actually put something out on the website, all agencies and what they've reported. We took it a step further and we put what allegations were reported. And I think that's where perhaps that might have been a bridge too far because we didn't have any outcomes to offset those allegations. So in your situation, you have 25 officers, and if you reported that you had 7 of them that had been submitted as serious misconduct complaints, and they involve dishonesty, sexual assault, abuse of power, that would be alarming for your community because then it's just left with, did that ever happen? Are those officers guilty of that? And of 25 officers, we now have 7 of them that we can't trust. So I think when we initially tried to be transparent, it may have not been responsible because unless we're going to have the offset of what happened with those cases, it paints a very dark picture for the community, and that might not be in the best interest of policing. But just the numbers themselves, how much they've reported without any context, that might be a better solution. Fair point. Thank
You. Along those lines, one more question is again, if I were doing some oversight of SB2 several years down the line, should I conclude with 95% of the reports having no action taken that the net's too wide?
Yes, I think you could. I'll make that bold statement. Yes, I think that's fair to say. We are still spending a substantial amount of time dealing with, let's say, even if it's 88% of that 40,000 volume that are not sustained, unfounded, exonerated complaints that we have to weed through in order to get to that very small number of cases that involve serious public health or public safety issues that we should be spending 99% of our time focused on. And I don't speak for our executive director when I say that.
Any more questions or comments on the report? Excellent information. Thank you all very much. Believe you're up, Megan, right? Legislative update. Legislative Liaison Megan Polis will report on bills impacting posts that have survived the fiscal suspense process and now have until Friday to pass to the governor.
Yes, exactly.
Should be a much narrower list than you started with.
I have 4 to talk about. One's actually already been signed, so I'll start there. So AB 354 by Assemblymember Michelle Rodriguez. This bill allows posts to access CLETS-derived information for the purposes of criminal history information, criminal offender record information, criminal justice information, and other information as prescribed by the purposes of carrying out our duties. That bill was signed by the governor on July 14th and is effective immediately. AB 400, this is the ongoing K-9 bill. It was significantly amended this last go around in the Appropriations Committee, and it now requires Post to conduct a study on the use of K-9s for the legislature by July 1 of 2028. The bill includes recommendations for the study to consider, and just wanted to note that previously the requirement was for the local agencies to simply adopt Post guidelines for policy for those K-9 programs. So this is very different from what we saw earlier this year. The next 2 are intertwined. So AB 992, this bill would expand opportunities for peace officers to meet the education requirements as outlined previously in AB 89. It fixes that error of and having the bachelor's degree and a modern policing degree to an or, and extends the timeline for achieving those education requirements by January of 2031. And just a reminder that that's for new officers and not current officers. So the recent amendments to that bill will require out-of-state transfers and those with military experience that have less than 8 years of experience in either of those 2 categories to then also have one of those degrees as listed in the bill. If you have more than 8 years of military or out-of-state experience, then you are exempt from having to meet those education requirements. And then the last bill that is intertwined with 992 is SB 385. This bill simply repeals the requirement that the Post Commission adopt the AB 89 report recommendations. So that's all I have to report on today. The governor has until October 12th to sign or veto, assuming that these bills make it past 3rd reading by the end of this week.
Questions from Ms. Polis? Thank you very much. We move now to voting items in the Basic Training Bureau. And a report on the development of the basic course curriculum and proposed pilot program for LD 35, Firearms and Chemical Agents. Bureau Chief Carrie Holler will report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Long and Commissioners. Post staff facilitated 2 workshops, January and February of 2025, with stakeholders and subject matter experts related to PC 832 training. After reviewing the LD 35 firearms, chemical agents content in the training and testing specifications, the subject matter experts determined the PC 832 firearms course should include all content presented in the regular basic course, with the exception of the shotgun training and testing and chemical agents. It would remove the current handgun test required for PC 832, but that would be replaced with the 2 combat handgun tests. Excuse me. One of those tests is in daylight conditions and one is in low light. The proposed changes would increase the course from 24 hours to 52 for the pilot. Staff is requesting approval to pilot the 52-hour course with the following presenters: Santa Rosa Junior College, Tulare Kings Law Enforcement Advisory Board, El Camino College, Saracosa College, Orange County Sheriff's Department, Yuba College, and Riverside County Sheriff's Office. Because these 832 courses are not ran as frequently as the regular basic course, we are asking to run this pilot through September of 2026. Are there any questions you have?
I do, Mr. Chair. Jim Cooper, Sacramento County. I've been working with Manny on this and staff. They've been very helpful on this, but just some questions. I employ 110 security officers in Sacramento County, and we have no idea what the universe is in the state. Obviously, in the penal code, there are agencies that have security officers, but the need for change, why is that? Was this driven by real world incidents in which security officers underperformed, or by the SMEs? And SMEs, they're always going to say, hey, shooting more is good. But I guess my issue is these security officers, they're in typically static positions. They're guarding buildings. They aren't really doing a lot. So we're taking them from 24 hours to 54 hours, which is almost doubling it. And the requirement for peace officers for sworn is 72 hours. So you're almost 2/3 of what a sworn officer, the training they'll have. Obviously, a lot of these security officers pay for it themselves. So that's going to increase cost for ammunition, going to increase our cost for staffing and training. So I'm just, I'm trying to figure out why the need for this. Right now, there's no continuous training for security officers. There's no qualification requirements. So you shoot 54 hours to get your guard card, basically, and then there's no follow-up on that. So I'm just trying to reconcile that, knowing that the costs are going to be passed on to the students. And right now, we're using the security officer kind of entry thing to get them into law enforcement and hope eventually transition to deputy sheriff. So obviously the costs are going up for them and for us, but it really comes back to you're guarding a lot of county buildings, sheriff's buildings. You're not active out. Then low light. Why low light for folks? I see the SME saying this because, like I said, I go back to you can never shoot too much, but in reality, these folks aren't going to do that. So I'm just looking for some answers to that.
I think the first conversation started here at the commission where some concerns were there's multiple positions throughout the state that carry firearms. I think there is concerns that those carrying firearms in a multitude of positions have a limited amount of training. They could take a life. And so I think the push was to have more training with the firearms. How we came up with the 52 hours is we took away the 16 hours for the shotgun and then 4 hours for the chemical agents. The pilot may show that it doesn't require the 52 hours. On the low light, there are security officers and positions that do work in the evening time. And I think the discussions on that was they should be able to know how to react and to handle those situations with low light. We have CDC officers who provide transports at night, who are attending this 832 course. And then the cost, there is an extra cost for ammo that has to be in consideration. But some of these answers might work through the pilot process.
There's never been an incident that really drove this. Nothing's happened with security officers. And still, I guess the issue is no one can tell me how many security officers we have in the state of California. Even though we're over them, we oversee them, no one knows.
Post doesn't keep track of the PC 832 appointments, so we don't have that data. I wouldn't.
But we're still going to mandate that, though. That's the big issue. We're going to mandate. There hasn't been. It's like a solution in search of a problem, and that's the issue with this. And it comes down to CDCR may transport inmates. You're right. You're correct on that. But in this, for folks that are applying and coming on, they're having this double their training, but after that, it falls off. There's no fall through. There's no annual training they have. So in training with this, firearms is a highly perishable skill, eliminating any potential benefit for cost increase. So you train up front, but after that, there's no training. So to me, it doesn't make any sense with that. Otherwise, perishable skills, there's ongoing, continuing training. And I'll push back on that. Most of the security officers in the state pretty much work day shift guarding buildings. And CDCR, obviously, they shoot a lot more than most folks at CDR. They shoot once a month in the prisons. For a lot of agencies, you may shoot 2 times a year, 3 times the years for our sworn officers. So most agencies don't shoot that much. There's no requirement from post for firearms training once you go through the academy. So it's kind of helter-skelter statewide. So this is a civilian position. And if it's so important, I granted we're not under the purview of private security, which Consumer Affairs does. There's a lot more than us. So it's the same circumstances, the same issues we're dealing with. So I keep coming back to this. There really wasn't a problem. I don't know how it came up to the surface other than the SMEs pushing for it.
I believe it came up from the commission. Commissioner Gordon.
This didn't just come up from the SMEs. This actually came up as part of the discussion and the group that, the work groups that Commissioner Brazil and I were part of.
Right.
And overwhelmingly, everyone in the room agreed that our current minimum standard is not an appropriate minimum standard, which is why the suggestion has been, and then working with the SMEs to actually pilot and not just mandate, okay, we're going to go to a random amount of time, but to actually pilot and see, because this actually might be their only exposure to firearms training. To your point, they're not qualifying, and we could get into a very long discussion about how we all feel or may not feel that they should be, but making sure that we're certifying that they can carry a firearm, that there is a basic level of training, that they have had the opportunity to work in low light, because that might be their only opportunity, but at least they've been exposed and understand the mechanics of that. And currently, as I understand it, our current standard is actually less than what a security guard is required. So the fact that we don't even require the same level of firearms training that security guards, private security guards are required to have, really, in just my opinion, and I can tell you it was in fact the opinion around the room, is a shortcoming, but understanding the ammo and the other pieces of this, that's why the suggestion was to pilot and really figure out what the appropriate number of hours may be, because in the end, it may not need to be 52. It may end up being 40 or, so I think there's been a lot of work to be mindful of that piece. This isn't just arbitrary, and like I said, why it's a pilot and a longer pilot to see if that is really what is necessary versus changing the regs to do that without some thoughtful test of it.
Only 20 hours short of what a sworn officer goes through. So we might as well bump it up. If that's so important, kick it up to 70.
That actually was part of the discussion, is that there were a lot of folks in the room that thought it should be the same as RBC. And so this was I think the SME's attempt to find what they feel is the happy medium for the pilot, but almost everyone in the room actually felt that the firearms piece should be the same as RBC. So that discussion actually did occur, and there was some realization of what that meant and the pressure that put. So
I guess it comes back to, if we're going to mandate something, who's being impacted by this? And we don't know that, the number of folks. Other than the penal code, I'm sure there are folks use security officers. We have no idea what that is. And that's troubling for me as a commissioner, that we should know what that universe is. And it comes back to, it's a perishable skill. That's great. They're going through the training, and as soon as they're done with it, they forget it. So if we're going to go to that length and say that they should have this amount of training, additional training, there should be mandated training as they go on. So if we're going to do that, why piecemeal it? Why not tackle the whole issue with that?
Ms. Holler, may I just ask a quick question along the lines of what's been discussed? Have these proposals been shared with the various associations, and has there been a response?
Well, we had the chief probation officers, we had CDCR in the room as stakeholders. So we haven't gone back to their associations per se, but they were part of the group, the working group, and then some of our current presenters of the state were also involved.
It goes back to CDCR in some prisons. A lot of them have their own ranges. Those folks qualify once a month. So it's very different. And so you can't, to me, lump CDCR and with the security officers.
And with the CDCR, what they had said was if they aren't providing transport, they may not touch a gun ever until they get transported or go over to transport. So that was one of their concerns too. Toby, did you want to?
Commissioner Brazil.
Sure. A couple of things. One, this came out of the 832 and the provisions of 832 are decades old. So it was part of it looking at it, and then it all got flagged because of SB2. And we had long, robust conversation on a lot of these. And entities like Sheriff Cooper's talking about can choose not to arm their security officers if they don't want the qualifications. But we do have SB2 agencies that are required who have peace officer status, who are meeting the minimum 24 hours. And that's not just custody transport. It's all of DAPO, all of parole, all of probation, and others who are out in the field 40 hours a week and at night who didn't have to, by our regs, shoot at night, even though they're out during the evening hours. So this is one of those, we weren't looking for a problem. We're trying to get out in front of a potential problem versus waiting for the crisis to happen and then responding to it. There was adequate representation in the room, but it goes back to, like we mentioned earlier, is with putting people in the different categories of peace officer is going back out to Cal Chiefs, Cal Sheriff's Poor Act saying, here's what the implications are going to be. It's very loud and clear from the sheriffs. This is financial for them. It's not about doing the right thing. It's about doing the cheapest thing, and be very candid about that. It's going to cost money to get to where we need to be to do it right. I'm a big fan of doing it right. And once we start doing it right, then we're okay. But I'm also a big fan of the pilots. Let's go pilot it, see what happens, adjust it before we roll it out. But at the same time, keep Cal Sheriffs, who's a big player in this, on probation, and CDCR at the table saying, here's what we're finding. The big issue for CDCR was, well, if we make people shoot at night without knowing what a low light qualification even was, we may fail people. Well, if they're not proficient in a firearm at night, and yet you put people out with guns at night, maybe we got a problem. But again, it was all about, we might have to extend the academy, might have to spend money. So I also share Sheriff Cooper's strong concerns about, you shoot once a year, you say you're okay, and then they don't ever go back out again. That's a bigger problem that we also need to tackle. Like you said, maybe it's something we tackle at the same time. But the biggie is going to be the security officers at the state buildings, and then the sheriffs who run security officers as a separate classification, and then custody as a separate classification, because even the deputies, Sheriff Cooper runs deputies as custody, but a lot of sheriffs run custody officers who are now going to also have the same requirement of the 52 hours. So again, it's just the communication piece. But I just want to give a little bit more background to the robust conversations we had, and all the stakeholders were very adamant about their position. And it pretty much came down to the money, the finances of getting people trained, and how's that going to be covered, and how do we phase people in?
And it can't be one size fits all. CDCR, they're not working the streets. If you're transporting, that is a whole different thing than actually working the streets. Probation, absolutely. Some of those folks work the streets. So to me, we're lumping everybody together when there are different things with that. And security officers, for the most part, are static. It is what it is. So it just can't be the cookie cutter approach to jam them all together. You really have separate categories with this.
Yeah, and we did have those discussions we had Post-it boards where we were trying to figure out all the different duties they do. And so we did have a lot of those discussions because there are several positions and they have several different duties.
Mr. Darden would like to comment.
And so one of the concerns, Sheriff Cooper, the meetings that we had really came out of the discussions that we've had about the foundational training requirements. And one of the points that I had made in that group that sort of elicited the discussion is that Section 832 of the Penal Code says that if you're going to be a peace officer in California, you shall go through the 832 training course, which is what Post designs and prescribes. And it's very clear that with the 832 course, you can exercise the powers of a peace officer. And so I think that was part of the discussion in the room, was the concern that while we recognize that there are some categories of building inspectors and animal control and so forth that those individuals may take the 832 course as well. The problem is that when Post has the statutory responsibility to design a course, an introductory training course that then gives people the powers to be a peace officer and to carry a firearm, that was the concern. And so I think what we heard in the room from all the folks that were gathered there was that before we allow somebody to be a peace officer and to carry a gun, that the course, the 40-hour course, and then the additional, few hours for firearm, which has been in existence. I mean, I've mentioned I took it in 1980 and it was 40 hours and it still is today. So I think the discussion in the room was that before Post designs a course that allows individuals to be a peace officer and to carry a gun, that we should consider upping it. And I recognize, though, what you're saying, that there are going to be a number of other individuals who may need to take the 832 course that are not peace officers, and it is going to have an impact on them.
But I would also argue that de-escalation and arrest control is just as important. Obviously, the firearms, that last tool you don't want to use.
Sure.
So, I mean, we can have an argument made for that too.
Yeah.
Brazil.
Yeah, we're dealing with the 24 hours to 52. We haven't gone with the 40 hours up to 400.
Right.
I've just thrown a number that's not real yet. We haven't got to that point yet, to where it's like, it's 24. We're kind of, like you said, we're piecemealing it, but it's the right thing to do the pilot, because you can do the pilot with the guns. But eventually, I have a strong feeling, and Commissioner Gordon can jump in here, that we'll be coming back to the commission as members that was a significant increase on the number of hours from 40 to something much broader than that, because of arrest and control, ACB, all that stuff, rules of law, all that. Because 40 hours and 64 hours right now, according to our regulations, you can be a peace officer in the state of California with 64 hours of training and carry a gun. And we have people out there that are doing that with some of these small districts, and that's scary. And that's that getting out in front of it stuff. So
We'll wait and see how it goes with the pilot, but I do think we need to figure out how many security officers we have. Since we're mandating that training, we should know that universe.
Ms. Holler, could you speak briefly to the scope of the pilot? How widely the pilot would be? Which academies, which institutions are gonna go? How widespread and how long will the pilot last?
Yeah, so we're proposing to run it for the next year, to September 2026. And then, did you want me to list off the presenters?
Or just how many are we talking about?
1, 2, 6, 7, 8.
I'm trying to get a sense of how broad this is. You're piloting with 10% or you're piloting with 50% or?
So there's 8 presenters that reached out that wanted to be interested in it, which there's approximately, I want to say, 52 current presenters. Some presenters only present the arrest course. Some presenters only present the firearms. I wish I had my spreadsheet that I provided Sheriff Cooper right now. So.
But all those people also are going to be private security officers. They're not all going to be under our auspices. They will go in the private sector because we all train for both.
Right.
Also, that
That's
even cuts those
why I
numbers
was
down
asking
further.
regarding the scope of the pilot, yeah.
Yeah, those are just the presenters of the course.
May I add something, Mr. Chair? So if you grant us the authority to conduct the pilot, I know Bureau Chief Haller mentioned the different presenters, but if you give us the ability to be agile in case some of those presenters fall off and we have a new presenter come in that would like to present or, present the pilot, to allow us to do that, because sometimes they don't put on a course or something happens. And then perhaps with those presenters that do the pilot, right now, we know what department they're from, if they're part of Post, or it'll say other. Perhaps we can keep track, ask those presenters, who are those individual students, so we don't have just an other, that is it a public officer? Is it somebody else? That might be helpful just from a data standpoint.
I think that would be almost essential that we're looking to.
Yes, and we have that. We have a couple surveys we've already created for, 1, the instructors, to get the feedback from the instructors, and then 2, for the students, so that we can have feedback from the students and gather all that data from, what they represent, where they're going to be working, why they're taking the course. So we do have that ready to go.
Thank you, Commissioner Brazil.
I don't think, I had a quick sidebar with Commissioner Cooper. I don't think it'd be difficult to do a survey of the sheriff's offices real quick and say, how many security officers do you hire that are 832? Not custody. Maybe we'll even ask them that same thing. How many custody staff do you hire that are 832? So just be the post agencies. I don't think he's talking about, ABC security firm that hires private security that sends them, or Sacramento City building inspectors. I think he's talking about post agencies that would send people through. I don't think it'd be hard to get the numbers that he's talking about for what the effects are.
Questions or comments? Quick question that I'm sure most of you know the answer to. I don't. What happens to the shotgun and chemical agents training?
What do you mean what happens?
Well, you're losing some of that to account for the increased hours. So does that go away, or has it just been deemed less important, or?
So for specific to the PC 832 course, the subject matter experts felt that most security officers won't be handling a shotgun. So that's why that was kind of easy to take off, because that is provided in the regular basic course. And then same with the chemical agents. Probation, they need chemical agents, but they were probably the only ones that would require it for specific to PC 832. So those were why we kind of took those out. As the experts went through the training and testing specifications, all the other content they felt was relevant to have someone who's going to be carrying a firearm be trained on.
No further questions or comments. Is there a motion to approve the proposed changes to the development of the course curriculum and this proposed pilot?
Brazil moved.
Motion. Bill, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Gordon. Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
Yes.
Brazil, Cooper, Doring,
Yes.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
No.
Long,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Rodriguez, Terrio,
Not voting.
Lori. Motion carries 9.
Thank you very much. Our next item is a report on amendments to Commission Regs 1005, 1007, 1008, and 1059, the Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities. Remember, these amendments were approved by the full commission in March, and they're before us today simply because we received a comment letter from Majusha, if I get this right, Kulkani, who's an attorney with the Asian American and Pacific Islander Alliance, as well as the RIPA board, who recommended an alternative learning activity under LD 42's cultural diversity guidelines. So the commission has already approved the guidelines. What's before us today is a comment letter saying there'd be a suggestion that there's a better learning activity to replace one adopted by the commission already. Ms. Holler.
Yes, so in January and March of 2024, we held workshops with 12 subject matter experts from Academy presenters to update the Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities, which was last updated in 2005. At the March 5th, 2025 commission meeting, the proposed amendments for the guide was approved by the commission, and the proposed amendments were noticed to the public. On June 30th, Post staff received a public comment, which was attached to the agenda. The training and testing specifications for Learning Domain 42, Cultural Diversity Discrimination, require students participate in a series of learning activities, either selected from the Instructor's Guide to Learning Activities publication or from another comparable source. At a minimum, each activity or combination of activities must address the following 9 topics. 1, the impact racial profiling may have had on them as individuals or their community. 2, concerns the student may have as to how racial profiling will affect them in the field. 3, clarification on the myths and realities of racial profiling. 4, the concept of individualized suspicion as it pertains to probable cause. 5, how the history of the community can affect the way they view law enforcement today. 6, law enforcement's obligation to various cultures within the community. 7, what law enforcement must do to increase trust with the community. 8, law enforcement's obligation to respond to and report incidents of discriminatory or biased practices by fellow officers. And 9, the importance of applying leadership during contacts with persons from diverse cultures as it pertains to profiling, ethics, and community policing. The purpose and objective of these learning activities is to provide opportunities for discussions between the instructor and the students. Currently, the 4 current activities, I'm going to summarize. Activity 1 is a group research and presentations on the history and issues of differing ancestries and cultural backgrounds. Activity 2 covers racially biased policing and is presented as either small group work or class exercise. It may be supported by an appropriate video clip of one or more incidents that have been in regarding racial profiling by the police. Activity 3 covers hate crimes, and students read a scenario with follow-up work by students to reinforce learning. And at the conclusion of the individual or paired work, the instructor will select students to research laws related to the nature of the crime, how to identify a hate crime as defined in the penal code, and how to properly investigate a crime of this nature. Activity 4 has the students describe their own cultural heritage, discuss what experiences they or their friends and family members encountered, where they felt they were treated differently because of their race, gender, appearance, or other similar factors. This proposed activity number 5 provides an opportunity for the students to examine their personal biases and provides an opportunity for the instructor to then segue the conversation to how those biases might impact their daily job responsibilities and their behavior as peace officers. The facilitator leads the discussion about how our lived experiences knowingly or unknowingly contribute to how we perceive individuals, form judgments, and make decisions about people when we have limited information. Follow-up questions include asking students, when having context to their selections, would it change their selection and why? And asked, how does knowing more about an individual help prevent generalizations, prejudgments, and discriminant behavior? The thought process of this learning activity from the subject matter experts was the audience are basic basic course recruits and students. The activity will put it in a context in a way that someone with no law enforcement experience can understand and help them see that everyone has their own biases and that we cannot make assumptions based on limited information. This sets the groundwork for what they will continue to learn throughout their law enforcement career. At this time, I'll take any questions you may have.
Questions or comments? Maybe I'll ask just Ms. Holly just to clarify what, I mean, we get a lot of letters commenting on votes of the commission. Some are errant, some are, this one seems to be, certainly well thought out. And just to go over it again, you feel that it's not necessary.
Correct.
It's not off point, correct?
Correct.
But you feel it's not necessary because
Of what the subject matter experts, what their framework for having that activity was, we felt it was sufficient.
is there a motion? We would need a motion. Generally, OAL prefers, Office of Administrative Law prefers us to vote affirmatively to support the action we've already taken when there is a letter. So in this case, we would seek a motion to affirm the previous vote of the commission. Commissioner Terry.
Terry, I just have a question. So we would need a motion to adopt this? Is that what you're asking?
No, we would, if the motion, what the staff is asking for is a motion to affirm what the commission has already done and not amend the amendment.
I'll make a motion to do just that.
Not amend the amendments. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll make a motion to affirm what we were already confirmed in previous commissions.
Yeah. Is there a second?
Ron.
Seconds, I think I understand all that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I will
After lunch,
express my opinion. I think OAL is wrong. I don't think we need to vote to affirm something we've already voted on, but in deference to OAL, we'll take an affirmative vote. Ms. Essex, would you please call the roll?
Barcelona. Braun.
Yes.
Brazil.
yes.
Cooper.
Yes.
Doring.
Yes.
Yule.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
Johnson.
Aye.
Long.
Yes.
Moon.
Yes.
Nieto.
I affirm, yes.
Rodriguez.
Aye.
Terrio.
Beat me to it, yes.
Woolery.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
The next item is the Certification Bureau. It's a report on proposed amendments. Again, these are amendments to amendments that the commission has adopted. We adopted unanimously in March. I would like to just point out before Ms. Wiley begins that if you looked at the language, it looks somewhat voluminous. It is, however, these are technical and clarifying amendments. The way the agenda lays it out is it does all the stuff we adopted in March in addition to the clarifying amendments that the staff is asking for at this point. So it really is a technical clarifying amendment, although the language looks voluminous. Ms. Weiler.
Yes, good afternoon again. As Chair Long mentioned, this was originally approved by the commission at the March meeting. After being submitted to the Office of Administrative Law for review, they felt there were additional items that needed clarification, and they did also catch an error that we had missed, and that was specifically in 1202A2 big A. There's a strikeout that I want to draw your attention to as it references a subsection that is no longer accurate because we renumbered these subsections when we proposed the original amendments in March. And then additionally, if you go to 1202C4E 6 and 7, it was recommended by the Office of Administrative Law that for clarity purposes, we specify under 6 that we're looking for federal law enforcement experience, and that these are the basic academies that we are looking for in terms of acceptability when we are granting service credit for employment in a federal law enforcement agency towards the eligibility of a professional certificate. So as you may be familiar, when you're applying for a professional certificate, you have to have so many years in service in order to accept the federal service. We're looking for certain academy trainings and certain federal law enforcement experience. So they wanted us to clarify that we're looking for federal law enforcement academies and then spell out which ones we're looking for. And then also we had originally proposed in March that subsection 7 be where we listed the acceptable law enforcement experience or positions. And they wanted to make that, or they requested that we move those into a subsection of 6 to, again, further clarify that it's not something completely separate. It is part of the consideration for federal law enforcement experience. So that's part of the reason it looks so voluminous, because now everything is blue and struck out to show that change. And then one other piece I wanted to draw your attention to is on the attestation of peace officer eligibility form itself. We made 2 strikeouts where we had to correct the reference. So under the Information Privacy Act statement at the beginning, I'm sorry, Kathy, for talking too fast. We had to correct the reference information for who to contact regarding CPRAs. And then also at the end of the form in the instructions, again, we were correcting the contact information if there are questions about this form.
Any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve the proposed staff clarifying technical amendments to 1202 and 1003? Is there a motion? Is there a second? Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. We're going to jump ahead to 7 and 8 right now to help some staff make their plans from the executive staff. Number 7 is a report from the executive office. Staff Services Manager Kim Lyons will report on the request to approve the 2026-2030 strategic plan. Ms. Lyons.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present the 2026 through 2030
strategic plan. This plan builds on post long-term direction while adding new strategies shaped by staff input, field feedback, and current law enforcement priorities. Today's presentation includes a quick look back at the 2020 through 2025 strategic plan, a preview of the updated goals, strategies, and action items, and a brief overview of the implementation timeline. So we'll start with a quick look back at the 2020 through 2025 strategic plan. This plan focused on strengthening post partnership across the state, enhanced transparency, supporting law enforcement training needs, enhancing how we deliver services, and responsiveness to evolving public safety needs. The plan also helped guide post through complex challenges, including pandemic-related adjustments and an evolving public safety landscape. The 2020 through 2025 strategic plan was built around collaboration and adaptability, and thanks to the hard work of post staff and stakeholders, post completed or made significant progress on 84% of the action items identified in the plan. These accomplishments provided the momentum for shaping the new 2026 through 2030 strategic plan by setting the tone for the next phase of our work. Next slide, please. So with the development of this plan, in June of 2024, we began by forming a cross-functional team with representation from all 15 post bureaus and various staff classifications, which ensured a comprehensive and inclusive planning process. Then in September of 2024, Post released a statewide survey to all Post Pass account holders requesting feedback in the development of the strategic plan. We received approximately 800 responses from a variety of classifications, from sworn peace officers to dispatchers to administrative professionals, which gave us critical insight into the development of our plan. And we developed the plan not only based on these survey results, but also from the internal input from the staff who helped build this plan. And earlier this year, we routed the plan through to the executive office for review. One significant thing to note is, similar to the prior plan, the 2026 through 2030 strategic plan is intended to be a living document. It's flexible enough to evolve with legislative changes, operational demands, and feedback from the field as we begin to implement. Next slide, please. So we'll take a closer look at what's in this new plan, which you all currently have. And I should note that on page, I believe, 3 and 9, there was a typo. It indicates 2020 through 2025 as far as the heading, and it should indicate 2026 through 2030. The plan you currently have in your possession has that corrected, but the one published on the agenda erroneously states the prior years. So with the 26 through 2030 strategic plan, we decided to keep the 5 overarching goals from the last plan. And we thought this would give us consistency across cycles while allowing room to innovate and respond to changing needs. The 5 goals we decided to keep in this plan are: maintain leadership in emerging issues in law enforcement, which means staying ahead of evolving trends and public safety priorities. The second goal is increase efficiency in post systems and operations. And this is by modernizing internal processes to better support the field. The third goal is increase awareness and access to post services and products. And by this, we want to make it easier for law enforcement professionals to find and use our post services. The fourth goal is enhance law enforcement's ability to serve their communities. And this is by supporting training and tools that enhance public service and community trust. The fifth and final goal in our 26 through 30 plan is enhance law enforcement certification process. This is the most significant addition, although we mentioned this goal in the prior year's plan. At the time, Senate Bill 2 had just chaptered, but now it's been fully incorporated into our strategic plan. Within these 5 goals, we've identified 63 strategies and 163 action items on how to meet the identified strategies. This plan is about building on progress while modernizing for the future. It focuses on staying ahead of emerging issues in law enforcement, improving efficiency through technology, expanding access to post resources, and ensuring a fair and accountable certification process. Overall, the plan is a roadmap for keeping training and standards relevant, effective, and trusted across California. Upon approval of the plan, we'll move into the implementation phase in January. And over the next 5 years, our focus will shift from planning to putting these strategies into action. Every action item we identified has clear performance measures. And some strategies are currently underway, especially those that have built on past initiatives. And this also gives us continuity while creating early momentum with the plan. And then upon implementation, each bureau will align its work plans to the new objectives with cross-bureau collaboration at the core of how we move forward with the plan. Okay, next slide. As we close, thank you to the post staff and the field partners with the development of this plan. Their input was essential. And as we move forward, implementation will continue to remain collaborative, involving the bureaus, the commission, stakeholders, and the law enforcement community. We'll track progress with measurable outcomes to ensure accountability and transparency, and periodically report to the commission as we make progress over the next 5 years. And in closing, this plan reflects Post's commitment to supporting the profession and strengthening public trust. We look forward to your questions, partnerships, and the work ahead that we've identified.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lyons. Are there any questions or comments about the strategic plan? Sheriff Moon?
I was just commenting, it's a great plan.
Oh.
A lot of work.
Want to move it? We need a motion.
Motion Moon.
Second.
All right. Is there objection to unanimous consent to adopt the strategic plan? Seeing none, so adopted. Thank you, Ms. Lyons.
Thank you.
Great. And then we'll go back to the order. This is a report on the adoption of a Commission Reg 1216 on the disciplinary guidelines, which this is another one of those items that we approved in March. Or was it? No, yeah. It was in June. This was last meeting. That is back before us because, again, of 2 different comment letters we received. So at issue is what the two comment letters. I would also like to point out a misstatement in the agenda that I think is important. It states at one point, following the discussion of the 2 comment letters, that Post will not be making any additional revisions to the proposed regulation. Obviously, that is an error. I don't bring this up to find fault or anything, but simply because organizations and individuals who take the time to offer public comment and write letters need to know that their time and the perspective is valued by the commission, and acceptance or rejection of public comment is not a rubber stamp of any kind. And that was simply a technical error that's in the agenda. So I just want to call attention so that any of the people who wrote letters or have concerns do not think this was decided before we began our discussion today. Ms. Weiler.
Yes, I own that mistake because I was using a template. I missed those revisions. Yes, this is in response to public comments that were received during the public comment period between June 2025 and August, June 20th, 2025 and August 4th, 2025. We received 1 public comment from PORAC and 1 public comment from Alliance San Diego. And while I don't normally read directly from, I'm going to because they are public comments and I don't want to misspeak on our responses. So the Alliance San Diego expressed concerns that our discussion of bias in the proposed disciplinary guidelines do not align with the statutory definition of bias. However, when we did create these guidelines and present them before you, it was done with the understanding that they are not intended to further define or add clarity to our existing definitions as set forth in commission regulations and the penal code. Instead, they are to provide the board, the commission, and the administrative law judges with a guide for how the facts are to be considered when they're determining whether suspension, revocation, or a different disciplinary action are appropriate when considering the subject peace officer certification during this phase of the proceedings. In regard to this particular public comment from Alliance San Diego, post staff do not recommend that we need to make any additional revisions, again, as we're not intending to redefine bias. We're simply providing some framework for how to consider bias. And then POREC also expressed some concerns with considerations for dishonesty. They were looking at, within those considerations, that the mitigating factors that we've listed are in opposition to the definition of dishonesty as they were established in the penal code and commission regulations. And they could potentially further define or clarify this definition. Again, it was not our intent to redefine or put additional framework around the definition itself. These are, again, guidelines for how to consider each individual cases. And I did also want to point out that at this phase of the case, when they are brought before both the board, the commission, and then also the administrative law judges, if it reaches that point, is that at this point, the division has already reviewed each of these cases and the investigations and found that there is clear and convincing evidence that the allegation of misconduct did occur. It is for the board and the commission to determine whether it's appropriate to move it forward to the administrative law judge for the full evidentiary hearing. And so again, we're not trying to put any kind of framework in terms of adding to the definition or changing these definitions in any way. The framework is there for consideration. And then, so in that regard, again, post staff do not recommend making any additional revisions. And then POREC did also make one language suggestion, and their proposed language revision is, for this reason, dishonesty as defined in Commission Regulation 1205A1 normally warrants revocation of an officer's certification. Commission Regulation 1205A1 recognizes that if the dishonesty related to a material or a significant fact in the context of the statement or omission alleged to be dishonest and was done willfully or intentionally with the intent to deceive, revocation is typically the appropriate penalty. For instance, lesser discipline may be considered if the statement was not made, and they proposed to strike out was not made willfully or with the intent to deceive, was not part of a pattern of incomplete or less than honest statements, can be attributed to demonstrable inability to properly recall events, was so insignificant or immaterial such that lesser care may have been used in ensuring the accuracy of the statement and sufficient mitigating circumstances exist, or where the officer voluntarily clarifies or corrects an earlier statement under circumstances indicating that the earlier statement was a foible of memory and not an intentional attempt to deceive. So in this case, we are interpreting that they're asking that we revise to say that they have to have both willful intent it was done willfully, and with the intent to deceive. And our position is that that would bind us and restrict us in terms of how we are reviewing the cases before we present them before you, as well as how you and the board and the administrative law judge may be considering that it must contain both, again, the intent to deceive and the willful intention. So what we're looking at is that it may not have, sorry, I'm trying to get through this as fast as I can and now my brain's getting, I'm just gonna read our statement. The proposed disciplinary guidelines note several factors that may be considered in an appropriate case if either or are present. The proposed disciplinary guidelines do not provide that both factors must be present for revocation to be the appropriate sanction. PORAC's proposed revision would remove the Commission's discretion to revoke a subject peace officer certification if only one factor was present, which is not the intention of the proposed regulatory language. Therefore, staff do not believe it's necessary to revise this segment of text. Again, this would limit the commission's discretion to take action in an appropriate case, such as where a false statement was made recklessly or without a reasonable basis for believing it to be true. While willfulness and intent are factors that may be considered in determining discipline, there are times when an unintentional omission or misstatement of facts is such that the harm or potential harm that arises from the act is so egregious that it warrants disciplinary action. It is within the jurisdiction of the board, commission, and administrative law judges to determine what a sufficient penalty should be, if at all, in cases of this nature. Again, therefore, staff do not believe it is necessary to revise this segment of text. Sorry if I jumbled that, Toby.
No worries. Ms. Del Munayo.
One quick statement. I just want to summarize some of this. It's really about the penalty, not about the serious misconduct. The serious misconduct, as Michelle stated, has already been determined by the commission, by you folks. Now it's about the penalty. And I also want to point out that in terms of lesser penalties, one thing that we're doing when we're trying to define lesser penalties by changing kind of the context of the definition is we're also then not considering the very thing that PORAC may have put forward as determination for lesser penalty, maybe something that we wouldn't even consider serious misconduct in moving forward, where there was no intent to deceive, there was no willful act, and in fact, the misconduct itself was just really a failure to recall the events that occurred, and that may not ever reach you. So we want to make sure that we're not adding things into disciplinary guidelines that change the definition not favorably for the officer either, and really takes out the impartiality and kind of the objectivity of that which belongs to you as a commission. You as a commission have already decided it's serious misconduct. Now we're looking at an appropriate penalty. So when we start getting into weeding out, wasn't intentional, it wasn't willful, they made a mistake, they couldn't recall, that shouldn't even be here. We wouldn't get to this point if that were really the facts of the case. So I just don't want that to be lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Del Munayo. Questions or comments to Ms. Del Munayo or Ms. Weiler? The staff is recommending that we affirm the adoption of Commission Reg 1216 as the commission adopted it in June. Is there such a motion?
Motion, Braun.
For a second.
Or
Ms. Essex, please call the roll.
Barcelona,
Yes.
Braun,
yes.
Brazil.
Yes.
Cooper,
Yes.
Doring,
No.
Yule,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Johnson,
No.
Long,
Yes.
Moon,
Yes.
Nieto,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Terrio,
No.
Woolery.
Yes.
Motion carries 11 yeses and 3 nos.
Kathy, would you like a break? Okay. Why don't we take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 2:40. Thank you very much. order changes, right? We're back to number 5, which is the Legal Affairs Bureau. There's a recommended action to amend Commission Reg 1045 regarding the conflict of interest. Legal Affairs Bureau Attorney Bryant Henley will report. Mr. Henley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioners. I will be brief. You've got a meaty agenda today, and this is a matter you all have seen. You saw it at the June meeting, but just for a brief refresher, many of us file Form 700 statements of economic interests, and as part of that process with government agencies, we must go through a rulemaking to make changes to the conflict of interest code. Those changes that we were proposing, we presented to you in June. This commission voted for us to move forward with those changes. We then took the next step to present those changes to our staff as well as to the commission members. We received feedback, written feedback from some staff members about the conflict of interest code. We made 3 changes to the conflict of interest code, which I could happily walk through if you'd like for me to. None of those changes affect the commissioners themselves and their own reporting, but I'm happy to talk through the specific changes we are proposing to make. Those changes we've made, and now if the commission, they're reflected in your packet, and if the commission is prepared to vote and approve those changes, we will move forward to present those changes to the Fair Political Practices Commission and then to the Office of Administrative Law for final adoption. So I'll keep it brief, Mr. Chair and commission members, happy to take questions if anyone has questions about the proposal.
Any questions for Mr. Henley on the conflict of interest? Is there a motion to approve the proposed action in the staff report?
Nieto moves.
Second. Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, so moved unanimously. We move now to, I'm confused, we jumped all over. What number are we on? 6. No, we did bias. This is biased conduct. Never mind. Thank you. So this item is a proposed regulation to essentially cross-reference the definition of biased conduct as defined in Penal Code Section 13510.6A. This is another one. It was adopted by the Commission in June. In June, the Commission voted unanimously to address the Penal Code requirement to define biased conduct by using the statutory language found in the Penal Code. The question today is simply whether the Commission should adopt the proposed reg to define biased conduct using the already approved language found in Penal Code 13510.6. It is essentially a cross-referencing issue. Law enforcement consultant Raymond Nanadiego will report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and that is actually pretty much my presentation. But this, the additional follow-up discussions that we had as post staff following the June Commission, we felt that this new addition into regulation as the 1022 would just simply add as an additional point of reference for law enforcement agencies. But it would just be statutory language only, as the chair had mentioned.
Motion.
Motion Braun.
Doring second.
Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, the motion passes unanimously. We are now at number 9, correspondence. The following correspondence was sent from Post to Robert Lopez, Chief, Baldwin Park Police Department, expressing sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Officer Samuel Riveros. To Jim McDonald, Chief, Los Angeles Police Department, expressing sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Sergeant Xiao Dang. And to Jeff McComber, Secretary, California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, expressing sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of parole agent Joshua Lamont Bird. And to Robert Luna, Sheriff, LA County Sheriff's Department, expressing sympathy over the tragic on-duty deaths of deputies Joshua Kelly Eklund, Victor Lemus, and William Osborne. Old business, there is none. New business, there is none.
I have one.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Commissioner Brazil.
Yeah, so it's for those not familiar, I did some work for UCLA this last year. And part of that was kind of understanding what's going to happen down in Southern California, general understanding what's going to happen down in Southern California with the Olympics in California. And the recognition that, and this is confirmed by the agencies down there, that we're just short law enforcement officers in the state of California to manage an event like this. So conversations come up, how do we fulfill that at the same time we might have fires and other things going on, because we always do have mutual aid requests across the state. That started a conversation about how, is there potential, thinking outside the box, not just for the Olympics, but that causes the conversation, but just in general, given our staffing shortages in California, is there a potential for us to reach out to other states that we know have similar standards to us? The commission knows them, to start working with their post agencies to see how we can almost have a reciprocity on post trainings, so that in the event of a major event, it could be a 7.2 earthquake down here where we just need resources like the fire service has from agencies outside the state. They've already been pre-certified based on ongoing training evaluations to be able to respond in a mutual aid request to us. And our kind of appreciation for the fact that they've been trained in the same way we have. So I'm requesting staff to look into that through our regulations to see if we can do that and start partnering with states on the West Coast to see if there's some form of reciprocity we can have, similar to what the fire service has, and ensuring that there's some training standard between the multiple states that they could come here in a crisis. The thought I had was, and again, we can get flushed out later, is it'd be very similar to a mutual aid request. Something happens in a jurisdiction, it goes through Cal OES. Cal OES basically has tapped out everybody in the state. They then can reach out to their counterparts in other states that we pre-approved, and using that mutual aid process for those other states, get law enforcement agencies into our state on a mutual aid request. Fire service does it. They do it for forest fires or wildland fires all the time. But I think it's time for us to start thinking that way, given our natural disasters, and the Olympics just kind of brought it to the forefront, I guess. But it's beyond that. It's just, how do we do stuff and manage these bigger and bigger events? And right now we're fortunate that we've gotten through a bunch of them, but I think it's time now to have those conversations. So my request is that post staff come back with kind of an idea, concept paper on what it would take to go to the states. Is it feasible, not feasible? What do our regulations have? What do they show? What are the states they'd recommend that we reach out to? Because we know we have similar standards to them, and then start having those conversations.
Commissioner Braun, as a county that borders 5 Nevada counties, we have mutual aid agreements with all 5 of those counties because we often do have to work together in the very far remote reaches of both counties. I would be happy to assist with that if we come to making progress on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Brazeau. Executive Director Alvarez, is that sufficient information for you to respond to Commissioner Brazeau's request?
Yes, I think so. Obviously, we talked in a little bit more detail about this already. Carrie Haller is in the back. The Bureau Chief over basic training is Tom. So we'll start having those discussions and come back in December with some concepts as to how that would work. Some of the challenges that we've discussed are really getting the state mandated requirements covered. You know, there's certain requirements for California to be a peace officer in California. So we have to check on to make sure those states have it. And what if they don't? How do we get them to have it before they're appointed here as a peace officer? So I think we can address it in December. Just obviously nothing final, but at least give you an update as to where we are and some ideas. Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Braun, also for volunteering.
Commissioner Doring, on that point too, I just wanted to note if part of the requirements could be that those mutual aid requests continue to pay for their officers when they are being deployed, that it not be some agreement where the officers could be paid from a separate agency and be working in a double badging capacity, that they would have to continuously be employed by the agency that's hiring them for the mutual aid, not the California agency that's paying them a reduced hourly rate so that they're not paying their employees overtime or something to that effect, because we've seen that issue on a smaller scale happen before in the state. So just throwing that out there for staff's consideration.
Understood. Yes, thank you.
Any further questions? Any other new business? Future commission dates, December 3rd and 4th at Post World Headquarters. After December 3rd and 4th, you can read them yourselves. Number 13, closed session. We will now adjourn to closed session for a very brief closed session. Commissioners, are we staying here for closed session?
No, there's a closed session room right out this door.
Of this door. So commissioners will proceed to the closed session room that no one's ever been to. And we will reconvene general session quickly. If everyone would take their seats, we are back in regular session. And we move now to the 2 peace officer certification items on today's agenda. 3 additional cases will be heard tomorrow. In these 2 cases before us, the record shows the revocation was recommended by the Peace Officer Standards and Accountability Advisory Board, unanimous in both cases. Let me begin. Oh, there's Chris. Not Toby anymore. Let me begin by introducing Deputy Attorney General Christopher Beatty, the counsel for the commission. A few prefatory comments. Today, we make these comments before each hearing. Today, we'll review only the facts and evidence as presented by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division and the recommendation of the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board. This is not an evidentiary hearing. The rules of evidence do not apply. Evidence is not formally admitted into the record. There is no need to make objections, and objections will not be ruled upon. Under the Penal Code and applicable state regulations, this hearing will only determine if the matter proceeds to a full evidentiary hearing before an administrative law judge to determine whether the allegations are true and justify discipline. For anyone commenting on a case, at this stage, the commission will only consider facts that the division, after investigation, believes can be proven at a later evidentiary hearing and the recommendation of the advisory board. Today, the commission will hear arguments as to whether or not those facts, as presented by the division, demonstrate a high probability that serious conduct, as defined, occurred. No actions by the commission prior to a full evidentiary hearing result in a final determination that an officer engaged in serious misconduct or that revocation or suspension is mandated. That will only be determined after an evidentiary hearing. Following the presentation by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division, the commission will have the opportunity to comment and ask questions, followed by the public comment from the subject officer and or their counsel, followed by members of the public. Further discussion by the commission will, of course, always be allowed. The commission may choose to go into closed session deliberations or not. After each case, motions will be considered. Prefatory remarks being concluded. For our first case, law enforcement consultant Robert Bringolf, Professional Conduct LA County Bureau, and attorney Brian Henley, Legal Affairs Bureau, will report on case post 230-5110, Brian Kawamoto, who at the time of the events at issue in this case was employed by the Torrance Police Department. John.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Long. As introduced, my name is Robbie Bringolf. I'm here with respect to the case of Post v. Brian Kawamoto, previously of the Torrance Police Department. In this case, the division found reasonable grounds to believe that while employed as a Torrance police officer, Mr. Kawamoto engaged in serious misconduct in violation of Penal Code Section 13510.8B5 and Regulation 1205A5, demonstrating bias, when he sent racist text messages to coworkers between February 2019 and December 2019. In the division's investigative summary and findings, it recommended revocation of Officer Kawamoto's post-certification. In accordance with the requirements of Senate Bill 2 and as required by Penal Code Section 13510.85A4, this matter was heard by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board on July 16th, 2025. Following the conclusion of that hearing, the board voted unanimously to recommend revocation of Officer Kawamoto's post-certification. The division asks you to adopt that recommendation today. As required by Penal Code Section 13510.85A5, the record of that proceeding is before you, which includes the agenda and attachments from that meeting, a transcript of the relevant portions of the hearing, and the recommendation of the board. If the matter was heard in closed session by the board, Commission Counsel will be able to advise you with respect to those proceedings. The law requires your review to be of that record before the board, which is before you, and which you've had an opportunity to review. To assist you in your review of that record, I'll take you through the cases presented there. As the record shows, I presented the case before the board substantially as follows. Mr. Kawamoto began his law enforcement career with the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff on March 12, 2011. Mr. Kawamoto was hired by the Torrance Police Department on November 17, 2014. He was terminated from Torrance Police Department on October 4th, 2022. On March 26, 2023, Torrance Police Department reported allegations of serious misconduct against Mr. Kawamoto to post, pursuant to California Penal Code Section 13510.9A3. The allegations stem from the discovery of homophobic, transphobic, and racist texts sent between members of the TPD between May 2018 and February of 2022. When analyzing the serious misconduct allegation of PC Section 13510.8B5 and Regulation 1205A5 demonstrating bias, the division evaluates whether the subject officer, through words, actions, or other conduct, showed prejudice, intolerance, contempt, or hatred towards a protected class of persons. If the subject officer did show prejudice, intolerance, contempt, or hatred towards a protected class of persons, the division then considers whether the words, actions, or conduct would lead a reasonable person to conclude that the officer has not or will not fairly and impartially perform the officer's law enforcement duties. If so, serious misconduct is shown if the officer's words, action, or conduct either 1, violates applicable law, 2, violates department policy, or 3, is inconsistent with the officer's obligation to carry out the officer's duties in a fair and unbiased manner. During the analysis of each instance of potentially biased behavior, the conduct was analyzed based on the guidelines I just mentioned to determine whether the allegation of bias was true to a clear and convincing standard. On March 25th, 2019, Torrance Police Officer Weldon texted Mr. Kawamoto stating, "Just had a shooting." Mr. Kawamoto replied, "Fuck," and "I trust y'all have them moon crickets in custody in no time." During Mr. Kawamoto's internal affairs interview, when asked about his use of the term moon crickets, Mr. Kawamoto stated the following. "So moon crickets is a word that I heard it like in training or something once that I thought was funny, but refers to Black people, and I don't know why specifically I said that, but yeah, I shouldn't have sent that either, sir. It's offensive," end quote. When the internal affairs investigator asked if the March 25th, 2019 message represented the only time when Mr. Kawamoto ever used the term moon cricket when referring to Black people, Mr. Kawamoto answered, "Probably not, sir." As Mr. Kawamoto acknowledged during his internal affairs interview, the exchange between Officer Weldon and Mr. Kawamoto is inherently offensive. It's also racist. Mr. Kawamoto's conduct in sending the message, "I trust y'all have the moon crickets in custody in no time," shows prejudice and intolerance toward a protected class of persons. Mr. Kawamoto's message also violated several of the Torrance Police Department's policies, included but not limited to their anti-harassment policies and general orders, 1.10.1, 1.10.3b, and 2.33.1d. Even when viewed in the light most favorable to Mr. Kawamoto, the racist epithet used to describe the suspects in a shooting who might be subject to enforcement action from the Torrance Police Department necessarily erodes the public's confidence in his ability to fairly perform his law enforcement duties. A reasonable person would conclude that Mr. Kawamoto's message shows Mr. Kawamoto has not or will not fairly and impartially perform his law enforcement duties when interacting with certain protected classes of persons in the Torrance community. Specifically because Mr. Kawamoto makes a statement indicating he assumed the suspects in the shooting would be Black without possessing any information about the crime. On May 2nd, 2019, Officer Weldon texted Mr. Kawamoto directly, "If it's any consolation, I like sober beating up savage monkeys, Brian, and I also like drunk hood rat shit with my friends, Brian." Mr. Kawamoto replied, "Well, I appreciate that, LOL." This message is another example of the use of a racist epithet and an indication of a use of force on a protected class of persons. When Mr. Kawamoto was asked what Officer Weldon meant when he texted, "I like sober beating up savage monkeys," Mr. Kawamoto answered, "Sounds like he's referring to beating up Black people, sir." While the racist epithet was not used by Mr. Kawamoto, his reply to Officer Weldon, "Well, I appreciate that, LOL," indicates a tacit approval of the use of dehumanizing and racist language and shows intolerance and prejudice towards Black people. It's also reasonable to believe that Officer Weldon is indicating Mr. Kawamoto is known for using physical force against Black people, or that using physical force against Black people is a foregone conclusion between these two officers. This message exchange violated several of the Torrance Police Department's policies, as I indicated earlier. After reading this message exchange, a reasonable person would conclude that Mr. Kawamoto has not or will not fairly and impartially perform his law enforcement duties when interacting with certain protected classes of persons in the Torrance community. On September 10th, 2019, Mr. Kawamoto texted Officers Weldon, Tom Chick, and Alonzo a photo of coffins saying, "This is from the coffin display at Rice Mortuary. Look at the one on the bottom," Weldon responded, "for all them niglets we put down." Mr. Kawamoto replied, "Haha, yeah, I got a water heater box that's just as good that I can sell you for half the price if you're interested, though." When asked during his internal affairs interview what Officer Weldon meant when he texted, "for all the niglets we put down," Mr. Kawamoto answered, "It sounds like Officer Weldon is talking about being for all the Black children that he said we've put down." The internal affairs investigator then asked what Mr. Kawamoto believed the term niglets meant. Mr. Kawamoto answered, "I think it refers to Black children. I think he's mixing the N-word with piglet, that type of thing." I find this is another example of a pervasive theme among Mr. Kawamoto and several of his coworkers, and I find that a reasonable person would consider the use of the term niglets to be a racist and explicit demonstration of bias. Further, the officers make jokes about a cardboard box being used for all the niglets they put down. I find a reasonable person here would infer that the officers were saying the cardboard coffins were all for all of the Black children the officers have killed or will kill. The fact that Mr. Kawamoto laughed, agreed, and then offered a water heater box as an alternative shows participation in joking about killing Black children and using cardboard coffins to bury the decedents. Further, it's inferred that they're making light of a fatal police enforcement contact involving Black people. I find this text and perpetuation of the discourse to be an explicit demonstration of bias, which is inconsistent with Mr. Kawamoto's obligation to carry out his duties in a fair and unbiased manner. As mentioned before, this message exchange also violated several of the Torrance Police Department's policies, including but not limited to their anti-harassment policies, several of their general orders, and several of their general orders. A reasonable person, after viewing the disparaging communications between these officers, would conclude that Mr. Kawamoto has not or will not fairly and impartially perform his law enforcement duties when interacting with certain protected classes of persons in the Torrance community. On November 19th, 2019, there was a text conversation in which Mr. Kawamoto texted Officer Weldon, "Happy birthday, nigga." Weldon responded, "Just making sure you don't go to that location due to the fact that they have 7 fewer employees now to serve up some spicy chicken sandwiches." Mr. Kawamoto sent, "Good call. What's the game plan for your birthday?" Weldon texted, "Make money, beat niggas." Mr. Kawamoto replied, "I know nothing puts a bigger smile on yo grill." And this is another basic theme among Mr. Kawamoto and several of his co-workers in which they mock Black people. These messages are inherently offensive and racist. The messages also violated several of the Torrance Police Department's policies, including but not limited to TPD's anti-harassment policies and a couple of their general orders. Mr. Kawamoto's conduct in sending the message shows prejudice and intolerance towards a protected class of persons. Even light most favorable to Mr. Kawamoto, this message erodes the public's confidence in Mr. Kawamoto's ability to fairly perform his law enforcement duties. A reasonable person would conclude that Mr. Kawamoto's message shows Mr. Kawamoto has not or will not fairly and impartially perform his law enforcement duties when interacting with certain protected classes of persons in the Torrance community. In a December 24, 2019 text, Mr. Kawamoto sent an image meme to Officers Alonzo, Tomczyk, and Weldon, which referenced hanging a person. In that image meme, there were 3 Christmas-related images: a star for the top of a Christmas tree, a Christmas ornament, and a candy cane. The 4th image was of an old black and white image of a Black person, which appeared to be a slave. On the top of the image meme were the words, "Which one doesn't belong?" At the bottom of the meme were the words, "That's right, you don't hang the star." After Officer Weldon replied, "I done nearly pissed myself," Mr. Kawamoto texted, "Happy Kwanzaa." When asked by the internal affairs investigator if he remembered sending the messages, Mr. Kawamoto replied, "Yes, sir, I do. There's no excuse. I understand it's offensive." The internal affairs investigator subsequently asked Mr. Kawamoto whether this message was disparaging or discriminatory towards Black people. Mr. Kawamoto replied, "I feel like it was offensive to Black people because it's making references to when Black people had been hung in the perspective." This image and the messaging associated with the image is inherently offensive and racist. The image and messages also violated several of the Torrance Police Department policies. Mr. Kawamoto himself acknowledged that he knew the message was offensive to Black people. His conduct in sending the message shows prejudice and intolerance towards a protected class of persons. And even when viewed in the light most favorable to Mr. Kawamoto, sending a picture of a Black person and suggesting that the Black person should be hanged, followed by the message, "Happy Kwanzaa," is unequivocally racist and erodes the public's confidence in his ability to fairly perform his law enforcement duties. A reasonable person would conclude that Mr. Kawamoto's message shows he has not or will not fairly and impartially perform his law enforcement duties when interacting with certain protected classes of persons in the Torrance community. These types of statements and messages discredit the Torrance Police Department in potentially irreparable ways, and, as mentioned several times here, violated the Torrance Police Department's policies. Accordingly, the division finds that Mr. Kawamoto demonstrated bias within the meaning of Penal Code Section 13510.8 B5 and Regulation 1205 A5 when he sent the above listed text messages. So following my presentation to the board and as documented in the transcripts before you, there were no public comments related to this case by either the respondent or his counsel. And as I mentioned before, the board voted unanimously to recommend revocation of Kawamoto's post certificates. That concludes my presentation in this case, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Bringolf. Are there questions or comments for Mr. Bringolf or Mr. Henley? Does the subject officer and or counsel wish to make any public comment? I don't believe so, but let's be clear. No one on the line? No one physically present?
Mr. Chair, Brian Henley on behalf of the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division, just for the record procedurally, wanted to advise Mr. Chair and the commission that POSAD, the division, did reach out to both Mr. Kawamoto and his counsel on August 1st with a notice inviting them to appear. Then again on August 18th with a second follow-up and a third follow-up on August 26th, all to the address that we received from Mr. Kawamoto and his counsel to receive information. And we did not receive any responses to those 3 outreach attempts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henley. Is there anyone here from the public who would like to address the commission at this time? Welcome. Hello again. If it is your inclination, you may state your name and organization.
I have to catch my breath because it was a lot to hear. Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I also want to recognize the investigators who work to ensure that officers face fact-based investigations rooted in evidence, the evidence trail these officers left behind. My name is Tasha Williamson. I'm here as a community member, but not just any community member. I'm a Black woman, a descendant of enslaved people who were brutalized, raped, bred like animals, and subjected to centuries of genocide. That this country and law enforcement systems has yet to fully acknowledge as a part of their legacy. The color of my skin is not invisible, and history shows us that law enforcement, since its very inception, has been built on racism and corruption. That is the truth, and it is your daunting responsibility to hold accountable those continuing this, not to prolong it. Let me be clear. Officers should not only fear losing their badge, but they should also fear accountability. When they abuse power, when they show bias, and when they violate the law. Put their picture alongside their status on your website, because the public should be just as aware when officers are criminals as when we are, when community members are criminals. I show up to these meetings to bear witness, to speak truth, and to make sure that voices like mine are not erased from this process. Today, you must determine whether former Torrance Police Department Officer Brian Komoto violated Senate Bill 2 on serious misconduct. The evidence is clear. He demonstrated racial bias against protected groups. Officers like him are exactly why Senate Bill 2 exists. He is the example of what this law was written for. The choice is yours. The community deserves law enforcement who do not contribute to crime statistics as criminals themselves. When officers cross that line, they must be removed and permanently barred from serving in law enforcement so they can no longer harm the very communities they swore to protect. We are not niggers. We are not nigglets, moon crickets, savage monkeys. We do not deserve to be beat by officers. We do not deserve our property to be vandalized. And we do not deserve to be hanging from Christmas trees. Put in water heater boxes, cardboard boxes, and placed in coffins. We are human beings. Our children are human beings, and they deserve to be free from racist acts by law enforcement. We deserve the same protections, freedoms, and justice that white people sitting on this commission and in this room never have to even question they are born with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today. Is there anyone else from the public who would care to address the commission at this time? Any additional questions or comments from the commissioners? What is the will of the commission? Does the commission wish to adjourn into closed session, or is there a motion? A motion is always in order.
Commissioner
Cooper?
I make a motion that we revoke.
Commissioner Cooper moves. Second Doring. Mr. Chandler, please call the roll. Mr. Knapp.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Barcelona.
Yes.
Barcelona, I. Braun.
Yes.
Braun, I. Brazil.
Yes.
Brazil, I. Cooper.
Yes.
Cooper, I. Doring.
Yes.
Doring, I. Yule.
Yes.
Yule, I. Gordon.
Yes.
Gordon, I. Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, I. Long.
Aye.
Long, I. Moon.
Yes.
Moon, I. Nieto.
Yes.
Nieto, I. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Rodriguez, I. Terrio.
Yes.
Terrio, I. And Woolry.
Yes.
Woolry, I. That's 14 yeses. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. For our second and final case today, we again welcome law enforcement consultant Robert Bringolf, Professional Conduct LA County Bureau, and Attorney Bryant Henley, Legal Affairs Bureau, who will report on case post 2305111, Christopher Allen Young, who at the time of the events at issue in this case was employed by the Torrance Police Department. As the record shows, the vote of the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board to revoke certification was unanimous. Gentlemen.
Thank you. This will be the case Post v. Christopher Allen Young, previously the Torrance Police Department. In this case, the division found reasonable grounds to believe that while employed as a Torrance police officer, Mr. Allen Young engaged in serious misconduct in violation of PC Section 13510.8B5 and Regulation 1205A5, the demonstration of bias, when he sent racist text messages to coworkers between February 2019 and December 2019. In the division's investigative summary and findings, it recommended revocation of Officer Alan Young's post certificate. In accordance with the requirements of Senate Bill 2 and as required by Penal Code Section 13510.85A4, this matter was heard by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Advisory Board on July 16th, 2025. Following the conclusion of that hearing, the board voted unanimously to recommend revocation of Officer Alan Young's post certification. The division asks you to adopt that recommendation today. As required by Penal Code Section 13510.85A5, the record of that proceeding is before you, which includes the agenda and attachments from that meeting, a transcript of the relevant portions of the hearing, and the recommendation of the board. If the matter was heard in closed session by the board, Commission Counsel will be able to advise you with respect to those proceedings. I don't believe there was any closed session. The law requires your review to be that of the record before the board, which is before you and which you've had an opportunity to review. To assist you in your review of the record, I'll take you through the case as presented there. As the record shows, I presented the case before the board substantially as follows. Mr. Alan Young began his law enforcement career with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department as a deputy trainee on November 18th, 2013. He was promoted to deputy sheriff on April 6, 2014. And his last day as a deputy sheriff at Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, April 24th, 2017, was also his first day as a police officer at the Torrance Police Department. On March 26, 2023, Torrance Police Department, or TPD, reported allegations of serious misconduct against Mr. Alan Young to post pursuant to California PC Section 13510.9A3. The allegations in this case, like the last, stem from the discovery of homophobic, transphobic, and racist texts sent between members of the TPD between May 2018 and February of 2022. As in the last case, when analyzing the serious misconduct allegation of Penal Code Section 13510.8B5 and Regulation 1205A5 demonstrating bias, the division evaluates whether the subject officer, through words, action, or other conduct, showed prejudice, intolerance, contempt, or hatred towards a protected class of persons. If the subject officer did show prejudice, intolerance, contempt, or hatred towards a protected class of persons, the division then considers whether the words, actions, or conduct would lead a reasonable person to conclude that the officer has not or will not fairly and impartially perform their law enforcement duties. If so, serious misconduct is shown if the officer's words, actions, or conduct either 1, violate applicable law, 2, violate department policy, or 3, is or are inconsistent with the officer's obligation to carry out the officer's duties in a fair and unbiased manner. During the analyses of each instance of potentially biased behavior, the conduct was analyzed based on the guidelines I just mentioned to determine whether the allegation of bias was true to a clear and convincing standard. On February 14th, 2019, Mr. Alan Young sent a WhatsApp message in a group chat with 14 other members of the Torrance Police Department. In that message, Mr. Alan Young sent an image meme of Dave Chappelle that said, "Modern problems require modern solutions." And when your GF or girlfriend is fucking a black guy, so you break a taillight on his car so the police will stop and shoot him. The division finds this message was inherently offensive and racist. Mr. Alan Young's conduct in sending the image meme message showed prejudice toward a protected class of persons. His message also violated several of the Torrance Police Department policies, including but not limited to TPD's anti-harassment policies 34.10 through 34.25 and 134.05 through 134.20. It also violated General Orders 1.10.1, 1.10.3 sub B, and 2.33.1D. A A reasonable person would conclude that Mr. Allen Young's conduct demonstrates that he has not or will not fairly and impartially perform his law enforcement duties when interacting with certain protected classes of persons in the Torrance community. Accordingly, we in the division find that Mr. Allen Young demonstrated bias with the meaning of Penal Code Section 13510.8B5 when he sent the image meme of Dave Chappelle. On March 31st, 2019, Mr. Allen Young, while on duty, sent a text message to Officer Weldon which stated, "Moon cricket hunting." Officer Weldon responded, "They're chirping for sure." The exchange between Officer Weldon and Mr. Allen Young is inherently offensive and racist. Mr. Allen Young's conduct in sending the message "moon cricket hunting" violated several of the TPD's anti-harassment policies and general orders. Even when viewed in the light most favorable to Mr. Allen Young, his racist epithet used to describe members of the Torrance community who might be subject to enforcement action from the Torrance Police Department necessarily erodes the public's confidence in Mr. Allen Young's ability to fairly perform his law enforcement duties. A reasonable person would conclude that Mr. Allen Young's message shows that he has not or will not fairly and impartially perform his law enforcement duties when interacting with certain protected classes of persons in the Torrance community, specifically because hunting indicates that Mr. Allen Young is targeting a certain demographic for enforcement action because of their race. Accordingly, the division finds that Mr. Allen Young demonstrated bias within the meaning of PC Section 13510.8B5 when he wrote the text message, "Moon cricket hunting." On December 19th, 2019, Officer Weldon texted Mr. Allen Young directly, "What's up, monkey thumper?" Mr. Allen Young replied, "Ha ha ha, what's up, bud?" This message is another example of the use of a racist epithet and an indication of a use of force on a protected class of persons. Mr. Allen Young's response and involvement in this message exchange violated several of the TPD's policies. While the racist epithet was not used by Mr. Allen Young, his reply to Officer Weldon indicates a tacit approval of the use of dehumanizing and racist language, and it shows intolerance and prejudice towards Black people. When reading this text exchange, a reasonable person would conclude that Mr. Allen Young cannot or will not fairly and impartially perform his duties as a law enforcement officer. The message exchange also implies that Officer Weldon is indicating Mr. Allen Young is known for using physical force against Black people, or that using physical force against Black people is a foregone conclusion between these two officers. Accordingly, the division finds that Mr. Allen Young demonstrated bias within the meaning of Penal Code Section 13510.8B5 when he wrote, "Haha, what's up, bud?" in a response to a message in which Officer Weldon called him a monkey thumper. Following my presentation to the board and as documented in the transcripts before you, there were no public comments related to this case by either the respondent or their counsel. And as I mentioned before, the board voted unanimously to recommend revocation in Mr. Allen Young's case as well. That concludes my presentation of this case, and I'm happy to answer any questions that may have come up.
Any questions for Mr. Bringolf? Any comments from the commission? Does the subject officer and or counsel wish to make public comment? What? I don't believe anyone is present. Mr. Henley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, on behalf of the division, Brian Henley, the division reached out to Mr. Allen Young's counsel on 3 separate occasions. First, on August 1st, to provide him with the notice of the time and appearance date here today to appear before this body. Again, a second notice on August 18th, and then again, a third notice on August 26th. All of these messages were delivered to the address that was provided to the division for communications with Mr. Allen Young. Mr. Allen Young and his counsel did not respond to any of these messages.
Would anyone from the public care to address the commission at this time? I see Ms. Williamson. Welcome again, Ms. Williamson.
Christopher Allen Young transferred from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, a department infamous for racism, deputy gangs, murder, and systemic corruption. He transferred to the Torrance Police Department. Let's be honest. That is not a transfer into integrity. That is a transfer from one racist and corrupt department into another. Torrance PD has its own long history of racism, misconduct, and abuse of community trust. If an officer looks like a racist, acts like a racist, and enforces the law with racism, then we must call it exactly what it is, racism. A violation of Senate Bill 2. These individuals are not protecting the public. They are a threat to public safety. Do you all know how many people an officer can come in contact with? Yes, you do. Imagine how much trauma is left in the wake of these officers' racial bias policing. Do not ask my community to calm down when we have been dealing with this form of policing for centuries. Ask your officers to step up and end racism and remove officers who deem us worthy of being strange fruit on trees, deem us being worthy of death from a broken taillight. The community deserves law enforcement officers who serve and protect, not officers who bring the same corruption, violence, and racism that have plagued their previous departments. It is not enough to move them around from one agency to another like trading cards. That cycle ends here with you. Decertification is not optional in cases like this. It is necessary to stop racist officers from moving department to department, continuing to harm the very communities they are sworn to serve. The community deserves, the Black community deserves safety. The Black community deserves justice. And the Black community demands to not be traumatized by law enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Again, thank you for taking the time to be here. Not easy to get away and get through all this traffic. We appreciate your time. Are there any additional questions or comments from commissioners? Again, at this time, does the commission wish to adjourn into closed session for deliberation, or is there a motion? A motion is always in order.
Commissioner Terry will make a motion to revoke.
Motion.
I'll
Terry?
second it.
Seconds. Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Barcelona.
Revocation. Roll for the motion is to revoke.
Thank you. Mr. Barcelona.
Yes.
Barcelona, I. Braun.
Aye.
Braun, I. Brazil. Brazil, I. Cooper.
Aye.
Cooper, I. Doring.
Aye.
Doring, I. Yule.
Aye.
Yule, I. Gordon.
Aye.
Gordon, I. Johnson.
Aye.
Johnson, I. Long.
Aye.
Long, I. Moon.
Aye.
Moon, I. Nieto.
Aye.
Nieto, I. Rodriguez. Rodriguez, I. Terrio.
Yes.
Terrio, I. And Woolry.
Yes.
Woolry, I. That's 14 ayes. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Knapp. Commissioners, is there anything else for today? We will reconvene at 9 a.m. tomorrow. That's 8 a.m. Alvarez time. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Is there a second? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned until tomorrow. Thank you very much, commissioners.